bring us together for this afternoon session. And so I'll call this meeting to order. I'll check to see if we have anybody here to speak, anybody for public testimony. I'm getting the word that we do not. We do not have anybody for public testimony, so we will dive right in and have our discussion, our long-awaited discussion on interim goals and interim guardrails. And so I will hand it over to Dr. Baker,
Yes.
who will lead us into that discussion.
All right, thank you. It's easy to see some of you and not to see others, so I will do my best to talk to us as we engage in a working session this afternoon. And I'm really excited and actually bringing in some nervous energy to the conversation because of the really, really good work that has been going on with the implementation timeline team, with our staff, that is reflective of the expectations that you have set through the board's goals and guardrails. So I'm going to do just setting the context for today, and then we have several of us who will participate in facilitating the session, and we will shortly be working together in the small groups in the way that you're seated. So tonight, or this afternoon, actually is the first of two sessions that we expect between today and June 18th will result in the adoption of goals and guardrails with annual targets through 2028. Also, that will include the adoption of a monitoring calendar reflective of the board's goals and guardrails through 2028. And will introduce publicly and confirm the staff's interim goals and guardrails, which will be part of our discussion this afternoon. So while the board has been doing its board work and thinking about all of the governance that it wants to prepare for, and has been building their effective practices and working on bylaws and working at the implementation timeline, staff too has been really, really hard at work. And so as I said, we're excited to share some of the work that has been going on behind the scenes. And so some of those things that I want to bring context to are work aligning the interims to the board's goals and guardrails. We're going to use the workshop opportunity to have you look at those interims, and with a lens of looking, are they predictive? Do you see how they're predictive? Can you see some correlation to the interims to achieving the goals? And are they aspects of goals that we have, staff and I, have at least 80% authority over? And that language comes directly out of the board's self-assessment tool. The other is that we are in the process of redefining what a monitoring report means. So tonight you will receive a monitoring report from Dr. Madrigal and from Mr. Moskovitz. It will be the last of its kind as we transition to how student outcome-focused governance actually describes an effective monitoring report. That report in the future will include the goals, clear data in a simplified format. It includes an opportunity for interpretation rather than just coming with fresh data and not having had the opportunity to interpret. It also allows staff to provide evidence and talk about action plan that comes from that data source. So a different kind of monitoring report with those four areas in mind. The other thing is we have spent considerable time as a staff eliminating our superintendent and district goals. Not that we don't care about those goals. However, we have seen that once the board has its goals and guardrails, we have an opportunity to focus, to bring coherence to those goals, to really bring precision, so that our staff in the field, from this boardroom to every classroom, understands the task before us, can have ownership of their role in helping us to achieve those goals, and that there's a clear cascade from this boardroom to classrooms and also from classrooms to this boardroom, because we know that the magic of education happens in our classrooms, and everything that we can do as a team to focus, as you are doing on the board's goals, to support staff in reaching those goals is important to the system. Lastly, in terms of context, what you have set out to achieve as the board's goals that we are aligning to. There are other aspects of accountability that we've taken into mind. So we have the LCAP, which is also on the agenda tonight, and gives you an opportunity to see how the board's goals and guardrails are embedded into an LCAP and budgeted for. It also gives you a perspective on other goals that are externally required of us. And so some of the things that won't be talked about this afternoon or tonight, you'll actually see how the state in our LCAP holds us accountable to reporting on those goals and continuing to improve in areas that are not discussed here. That's true also for the California dashboard. So we have a responsibility in data that is reported publicly and that in many ways is judgment of our school system beyond the board's goals. You have identified through root cause analysis, through your work with staff, the most important areas of focus so that all students achieve. And we are held accountable through a number of other mechanisms that are public and external facing. So today, as we dig in, we're going to be talking about board goals, which represent the vision for the community, and board guardrails, and revisiting, not for the first time of recent, but really getting into guardrails in a way that we have not experienced as a whole team recently, but that we are prepared to do tonight. And that is the values of the community and the way that you made statements strongly about what you believe are the values of our community. We're also going to use a protocol. So the reason that we're in different spaces in this room is so that we can engage in that protocol and engage in discussion with all of you to do really good listening as staff. We'll take some notes, we'll compile those notes so that we can share them as a compilation with all of our board members and staff. And the focus of this afternoon is about our interpretation of goals and guardrails. So when we talk about our interim goals to reaching the board goals, that is an interpretation of what you have set out for us. When you hear us talk about guardrails that you have set, what the superintendent can't do, we have selected some very specific areas to monitor the values through the work of staff. And we're going to listen for your interpretation of what that looks like when we share the interim guardrails. So we'll go in two parts. Dr. Madrigal and Brian are going to engage you in a conversation about the goals, the student outcome goals. I'll jump in and share about our interim guardrails, pass it back to Brian for taking you through the protocol. And so together as a team, and the rest of the senior team who is here to support, are going to take you through those two parts. I left a reference tool at your place because I think it will be helpful to go back to when we think about goals and guardrails. Actually, the guidance that we're anchored in is the board self-assessment. So we may refer to that. The first page, so you have 2 pages of a 6-part self-assessment. You have, the first page represents vision and goals, and looking all the way to the right that we're aiming towards mastering student outcomes focus. So we may refer to that when we talk about goals. And then the second page that you have is around values and guardrails. So if you wonder where the language comes from, that's a good reference back. Just to share on the timeline, the implementation timeline, you actually will be participating in your self-assessment likely in July. So we want to just keep going back to that document as a means of learning and revisiting the expectations for points, because we know that ultimately you're interested in getting a lot more than 0 points in the future. So we aim to move from the left to the right as you enhance your effective governance practices, and we support you in the way that that is taking place. So pleased this afternoon to get started. With that in mind, Dr. Madrigal, you are going to take us into the interim goals.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to be in this learning space with you again. And as Dr. Baker shared, we have spent a lot of time really giving an update on board goals, and so we're at a point where we want to give a refresher on what our interim goals. And just a reminder, interim goals are in support of our board goals. They're developed in support of them so that we're able to look at different times of the year when data is available to inform us on how close are we getting to reaching those board goals. And so it's important for us to make sure that our interim goals are smart, that data is available to be able to report out more than one time throughout the year. And if we're doing all those things, it should tell us or tell the board that we are getting closer to accomplishing the board goals. So the interim goals that I'm going to go over today, what I'm going to do is give you a high-level summary of what the interim goals are for each board goal. And I'm specifically going to call out something that is new in the interim goals. So we'll begin with the first board goal, specifically board goal 1, interim goal. The interim goal that
Dr. Montevigo, I'm
Yes.
going to just pause
Yeah.
and make sure everybody has the right handout so that
Sure.
they can follow along. So you're using the handout that says Goals and Guardrails adopted in November 2023. It's stapled. Yeah, second page. Thank you for pausing.
Oh, absolutely. So I am actually going to give you some guidance on how to look at the interim goals from more of a technical lens. This, what we did differently was we labeled each interim goal as, for example, we have interim goal 1A, 1B, and 1C. You'll see a pattern similar to, as I mentioned, to the first goal in each of the board goals. So I may make reference to 1A, and then I will call out specific things that may be different or new. And if I don't make reference to a specific interim goal, that is because there was no change to that interim goal. So just to begin, something that is similar for goal 1 as it pertains to interim goals, the data source remains the same, meaning we are still going to be looking at our iReady data. We're still going to look at foundational reading skills assessment data. What is different is that for 1B, we are now pulling in a spring fluency assessments for specifically grade 3. So that is what is different. So that is a new interim goal. I'll pause there if there are any questions on the new, what is new in our interim goal.
As you use the term spring fluency assessment, can you give us a little bit more
Sure.
context?
So our students do take a fluency test in our system, but what we're specifically calling out is grade 3 because we know that it is very important for our students to not only decode and comprehend, but I think of fluency as it's like the bridge between both of them. We want to make sure that students are able to read with expression, with the ability to read at a pace that is appropriate for that age or that grade level, and at the same time that they're comprehending what they're reading. And that is what the fluency assessment test, that expression, the flow of how they're reading. Again, our students have taken a fluency test specifically like in first grade, first grade, but what we're really calling out is that third graders also need to make sure that in terms of fluency, they're reading at the appropriate level for fluency. So that is new for our third graders.
Can I ask why we're leaving the DI students out?
We are not leaving them out. Currently, research is working on developing a progress monitoring calendar that is going to ensure that we are recognizing that they take assessments not only in Spanish, but also in English. And then we also have one school that is a 50-50 model. So there's more work that we're doing there. So it's also important that when we're collecting data that we're specific about the data is, for example, all English assessments, and this data is now calling out all the Spanish assessments. So progress monitoring happens in both languages in our dual immersion programs. So it's only highlighted just to call out that it doesn't include the Spanish assessment yet.
Okay, is it likely that they'll have a Spanish fluency test
Yes.
for the DI
Yes,
students?
currently we're working on that with our curriculum leads. More to come in the fall. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move us to Board Goal 2, or interim goals for Board Goal 2. The only difference here is that, again, we are calling out our fluency assessment specifically for 4th and 5th graders, and these are our not met students on SBAC the previous year. So it's in, again, support of that board goal, which is our not met students. We're pulling in a fluency assessment for them. And we're also going to be pulling in quarterly ELA exams, which is a change in our system. Next year, we will be moving to a progress monitoring calendar that is looking at data quarterly. So that is being called out in 2C. For our third board goal,
Can we pause
Yes.
just for a moment? A lot of work has gone into the preparation for the assessments that you just mentioned. I think it'd be good just to pause for a moment, and it doesn't have to be you, Dr. Madrigal, if Mr. Samuels or Mr. Moskowitz want to talk about the significance of that kind of assessment and why it's important in the system. I think that would be great.
I can get us started, and then I know Mr. Samuels, Dr. Lund, probably others as well. So we have always had unit assessments that are district created for both language arts and math. When we've actually done, as the research team has done analysis of and correlation between our unit assessments and our SBAC, for example, you all saw at a previous progress monitoring report session the high level of correlation between our district math exams and our students' performance on SBAC. So we've had that for quite a while, but students take their unit exams at very different times throughout the year. Kindergarten, first grade, all the way up through 12th, they happen at very different times. And so what happens is, as a system, it's been really difficult for us to be able to, for a principal at a school site, to be able to take a moment in time and do deep analysis with all teachers at their school, because the assessments have been coming in at very different times. So the shift that we're making for this next year with feedback from conversation with teacher council, conversation with principals, is that we're shifting to those unit exams. We're having these new quarterly exams that will happen at the end of each quarter. And that will give the entire system, frankly, from senior team and district leaders to principals to teachers at the classroom level with students, to pause over a couple of weeks and really go deeply into those assessment results, have conversations, teachers with one another, teachers with students, and then create action plans about what will be different for that following quarter. So not a lot of change in the way that we actually, look at, assess students, look at data, act on it. But by having these quarterly exams across our system, it creates a progress monitoring that is consistent and allows, as I said, allows principals to have those conversations with teachers in a consistent time, and will allow all of us, frankly, in this room to have conversations in a really intentional way as well. I don't know if there's anything anyone would add.
And to confirm, this assessment is not a new form of standardized testing that we're adding to the district. These are systems that we've already had in place that we're just using now at a standardized time so that we can capture the data, correct?
Yeah, so when we think about like standardized assessments, we usually think about summative assessments that happen at the end of the year. These are more formative and interim. So there are opportunities for, after a teacher has taught a certain amount of content, to assess, did students learn that content? If they did, great. And if they didn't, what might we do in the moment to provide intervention and reteaching and support so that they will continue to stay on progress towards those summative assessments? So we think of these quarterly exams in the formative interim stage versus summative that usually happen at the end of a semester or at the end of the year.
Thank you. That's fantastic. I know that has been often a conversation that I've heard from my meetings with teachers about long hours being spent on testing, and unfortunately, I mean, there was a previous regime where we were teaching students how to take tests in contrast to mastering content. And so I know that it sounds as though obviously we're taking a stark move away from them. So that's great.
So I'll move us on to our board goal 3 interim goal. Interim goal 3C is what is new. And what is new is similar to what we just discussed, moving into this quarterly system, but specifically we will be looking at quarterly math exams. And then moving on to the 4th goal, there's actually 2 changes to our interim goals, 4A and 4B. I'll begin with 4A. 4A, we are going to be looking at our 9th through 12th grade Black African American students to ensure that they have a C or better in English language arts in the A through G courses. A wondering might be, well, why English language arts? Well, English language arts is the course that is required the 4 years. So it's really critical that we ensure that our kids are on track and that we catch it as soon as it occurs so that we can offer support and also an opportunity to recover that course, because that will keep them, that will make them off track. And it is really difficult to make up a year's worth when it's required for 4 years. So we were very intentional in making sure that we called out the English language arts. 4B is specific to also A through G, but we're now looking at, if you recall, when we've provided an update on the board goals, we've talked about 9th grade, we look at English and math in terms of being off track, on track, A through G, and then we'll provide also like that overall at 12th grade, like where are our kiddos. But what is different about this interim goal is that we have looked at data, and historically 11th grade is the grade where we see that more kids are off track, and we want to make sure that when they're off track, 11th grade, we still have an opportunity to offer, again, that support and that opportunity to recover. And instead of looking at just 12th grade is already too late. So those are the 2 changes that we made to those interim goals. I will pause here before we transition to Mr. Moskowitz.
Okay, we'll have some opportunity. If you have a question, please ask.
I'm sorry. Were you going to say that you'll have an opportunities to ask questions?
Well, we're going to move into the protocol, which will increase some conversation. And we'll have, but if you have a question about one of the interim goals in 3 or 4, please ask.
Well, I'm thinking about the spirit of our board goals. What was that, 18 months ago now? Or, yeah, it was a while ago. And I think that we came up with goal number 3 because we saw mathematics as being the largest hurdle for our African American students when it came through A through G readiness, or compliance, while, my thoughts are a little discombobulated here, so give me a second. I guess my question is more centered around, I understand that we have goal 3 that is going to be focused towards mathematics, but we also know that that same compliance issue is probably the biggest hurdle. So would there be some weird mesh of the 2 in 4? Shouldn't there be? Or shouldn't there be some conversation about mathematics when it came to A through G compliance? So just a thought.
I think for the purpose of specifically goal 4, although we're calling out, and I just want to make sure that I capture, your question and I'm answering it correctly, but for goal 4, we're calling out ELA as an example because it is that core subject that is required the 4 years. That's not to say that we're not also looking at on track for the other core subjects, because the students are required to complete a set of courses by the time they are in 12th grade to be A through G, or have that A through G completion. But we know how critical it is for ELA because of the 4-year requirement.
I guess even as I'm asking the question, I'm almost answering it in my head. As I understand that 4 years of English completion is one of the triggers to making sure that you're eligible. But I think it was the mathematics that we saw was often the biggest hurdle. But with already being listed as a goal, I think technically we're kind of checking. So I understand both sides of it, but yeah, I needed to talk it through. Thank you.
And I think as you ask the question, it is a reminder that Goal 3 in some ways is a bit of a subset of Goal 4. Goal 4 is the broader A through G. One of the components of A through G is mathematics. Goal 3 is going deep into that, not because math is necessarily the greatest hurdle, though it could be, but it's also, we want to provide opportunities for those higher level mathematics courses in high school that open up an entire field of STEM and other possibilities for students. So it may be a hurdle for some students, and it also is an access to other opportunities in college that by passing algebra by ninth grade opens up those higher level mathematics courses to them. Okay, so we're going to spend a little time. We'll spend about the next 10 or 15 minutes or so really looking at the protocol. So I'm going to ask you to have a couple of documents out. You'll keep out the one with the goals and interim goals that we were just looking at. And you'll notice that we have color coordination. So blue meets blue. So on the protocol, we're going to be working in the blue boxes. The first page of the protocol up at the top says, interim goals, vision. If we, staff, accomplish the interim goals, are we likely to accomplish each board goal? So that's kind of a broad question that we'll want to discuss. But if you turn the page, I'm actually going to ask you to start on the back side with the blue as well. And the back side on the blue at the top says, are there any ambiguities or areas that require greater clarity as it relates to the interim goals? So you're going to have a conversation. We're going to kind of do it by corners here, conversations by corners. And what we'd like you to do is you're going to go through each of the interim goals, read them to yourself. And then on this notes page, you can take notes for yourself, and we would encourage everybody to do so. But we're also going to have a couple of individuals, myself, Dr. Baker, Dr. Madrigal, are going to be taking the notes from the board members that we will then be able to kind of collect up later to see what were some of the overall trends. And then, of course, senior team is going to weigh in as well. And these folks over here, maybe we'll let Dr. On be the one taking notes for senior team over there. One of you can figure that out. So what we'd like you to do, we're going to start you on this box, on this page here. You're going to go through each of the four board goals, paying close attention to the interim goals. And you're not asking yourself, are these the goals that the superintendent should adopt, the interim goals that the superintendent and staff should adopt, because that is not the board's role. But what we want to know is, are there any ambiguities or areas that need more clarity for you as the board to understand what we're up to as it relates to those interim goals? Okay, so go through each of them. Well, staff will take notes for board goals 1, 2, 3, and 4 as we look at those interims. And then towards the end of that, you can go back to the front page and then have a conversation. If we accomplish the interim goals, are we likely to accomplish the board goals? Okay, right now, we'll give it about 10 minutes because we do want to get onto our guardrails too, but we'll give it about 10 minutes and see where we're at. We good? All right. And this will be off mic, so we do not need to, yeah, so Ms. Lopez, Mr. Miller with Dr. Baker, Mr. Otto, perfect. We'll be heading towards goal 3, depending on where you're at, just from a time perspective. So just a little time. Thank you. One more minute on these interim goals. All right, I'm going to ask for the purpose of time. Hopefully I'm not cutting short too much the conversation. And again, for the purposes of time, rather than having whole group conversation, because we're going to collect up these notes and we'll be able to then come together and hear, and we'll see how much time is left at the end before, but we want to make sure that we transition to the guardrails and interim guardrails, because those are a little bit new. We haven't spent as much time looking at those. So I will ask you'll turn to the red guardrails and interim guardrails, and I will hand it back to Dr. Baker to lead this part.
Yeah, thank you. We were over here having an amazing discussion. Yes. So I'm going to kick off this section and starting with the self-assessment tool. So you have this in front of you. This is the from not student outcome focus to 15 points for mastering student outcome focus. And just the center paragraph, I'm just going to read it quickly because it reminds us about the context of interim guardrails. So all of the interim guardrails, this is what we're striving for, are predictive of their respective guardrails and are influenceable by the superintendent and the team. Predictive suggests that there's some evidence of a correlation between the interim guardrail and the guardrail. Influenceable suggests that the superintendent and through them, the staff or team, has authority over roughly 80% of whatever the interim guardrail is measuring. So as we thought about interim guardrails, we have done a lot of listening in this boardroom and a lot of listening in one-on-one sessions. I have done a lot of listening in one-on-one sessions and drawing from a number of really important resources. As you know, this is year 2 of our local control accountability plan. Last year, we spent a lot of time in the boardroom describing and illustrating the connection between board goals, Vision 2035, and the strategic plan. And so that is a place where community value was codified in your Vision 2035 document, and that we took to a strategic plan to design how we would achieve Vision 2035. And so the guardrails that I'm going to share with you for a conversation reflect that. Each of these interim guardrails reflects an aspect of work that in some way is reflected in our plans and has been reflected in the conversations in the boardroom. In some ways, they represent a proxy or a part of a way to look at the work of staff. So this is staff work that brings forward a way to demonstrate on an ongoing basis how we are living out the values that are in your guardrails. So as a reminder, and this is always funny to go back to, the guardrails are written as not statements. And so the first guardrail is a superintendent may not allow resources to be allocated without evidence of their equitable distribution aligned with the Excellence and Equity Board policy. So it was our work to think about how do we take what we have heard, your interpretation of that in the boardroom and in our other documents, and think about elements that would represent that. So in Guardrail 1, that is about equitable resourcing, we tested out a lot of ideas in ways that we could interpret what you have said is the guardrail. And we've established 2 that we think are aligned. So the question today for you will be, do you think that our interim guardrails represent the way that you interpret the guardrails that you set? So when you think about the superintendent may not allow resources to be allocated without evidence, do these 2 areas represent that in a way that you imagine will give you enough detail to know that we are living out the values of the community that you have set in those guardrails? So starting with equitable resourcing, 1A, we bring to you an important aspect of our work that is taking from the existing 12 schools that have Sankofa parent villages to a goal of having 45 schools that will have Sankofa parent villages. That is a place where resources are put into those Sankofa parent village communities. It also aligns with this idea of the excellence and equity policy that has a focus on marginalized students, in particular our Black students. And so as a means of assessing, are we living out those values? That is the one of the areas that we would like to use as an interim. The second is specifically around our English learners. This is in some ways a process goal, but speaks to an expectation of the progress that our students make and all of the resources, the budget, and the aspects of compliance that are monitored in ensuring that our English learners have all that they need to be successful. And that is that by June 2028, 100% of English learner students will have all required evaluation, necessary intervention plan recommendations, documentation and program updates completed by the regular deadlines established for the current school year. And there's some detail and wording and acronyms that I will take back that need to be spelled out about the expectation for how we resource relative to our English learners. One of the challenges in setting interim guardrails is that there are so many ways that we could bring forth. These seem to be strong proxies for the statement about the intent of your guardrails. In the second, you'll see a selection. So the second guardrail is around inclusive decision-making. The superintendent may not allow major district-wide initiatives to go forth without engaging students of color and their families, following stakeholder engagement principles that are utilizing current adopted best practices. In our strategic plan, the last couple of years, one of the strategies has been about deep learning in work with our parents and our community. As part of that, Dr. Salazar and her team have established a community engagement framework that draws upon many ways to engage families. And so we believe that an interim measure for inclusive decision-making is in the modes of engagement and assessing in those modes of engagement. How many focus groups were held? What was the data from those focus groups? The idea of town halls has come up as a board opportunity, but also for staff, surveys and others, that we would create a baseline for that, and then we would work to increase through an annual target relative to that baseline. So that, we believe, serves as a strong proxy for what you have set as the guardrail for the superintendent. And then in the area of educational and racial equity, which is the superintendent may not, the guardrail is the superintendent may not allow implementation or adoption of any classroom curricula or programming that does not prioritize educational and racial equity. As you set that as a guardrail for me and for our team, the two areas that we see as focus interim goals that will allow us to elevate progress as proxies for that guardrail are establishing by June 2028 gaps between the percent of students of color and all other students in grades 9 through 12 who are enrolled in a dual enrollment course will decline to 0% or maintain equitable enrollment from the baseline. And the data isn't there, but we will have a baseline when this comes back to you. And then maintaining the importance of measuring students' sense of belonging as a proxy that tells us a lot about the educational experience of our students of color would be to maintain at least an 80% favorable response and sense of belonging as measured by the pulse survey and reduce any gaps between students of color and all other students. So these are the ways that we have deeply considered what you have said are the guardrails for us to abide by and to operate within, and areas that also allow us to elevate focus areas of yours that may not be established in the student outcome focus goals, but that would allow us to bring regular progress around the guardrails that you have set. So back to the question, and then I'll pass to Brian. So the question is, when you see the interim guardrails, our interpretation of your guardrails, do the interim guardrails reflect the board's interpretation of the guardrails?
Thank you, Dr. Baker. So just kind of I want to put a pin on that. So the board's role through our SOFG approach is not to approve or not approve the interim guardrails. The question for you and Dr. Benitez as well, is that question there. Do the interim guardrails, as we've listed them, do they reflect your understanding, your interpretation of the broad guardrails themselves? Do the interim guardrails reflect your understanding of what you intended when you created the guardrails themselves? So you're not saying, I'd like 1A, I like 1B, I'm going to approve those. That's not the question. Do the interim guardrails reflect your understanding of your intention behind the guardrails when you adopted them? And I'm actually going to ask us we're going to spend most of our time on that first question. The second page there really asks for any suggestions. Because we do want to hear your suggestions as it relates to the interim guardrails 1, 2, and 3. But really the question is, let's spend some time. We'll spend about 8 or 10 minutes on that first page. When you see our interpretation of the interim guardrails, or of the guardrails, do the interim guardrails reflect the board's interpretation? So it's 4:30. We'll see if we can get about 10 minutes of conversation around the interim guardrails, and then we'll come back whole group. Dr. Madrigal, Dr. Baker, and then I'm gonna do the same here. If we, within each kind of corner, if we can have each board member or maybe each of you or one, if you could share one, as it relates to the guardrails in particular, I think the goals we'd seen those more recently. But as it relates to the guardrails, is there something that really has stuck with you in the guardrails, either one that really resonates with you, it could be a question that you have, just something you can share publicly with the group, something as you looked through the interim guardrails in alignment with the guardrails themselves. What's something that's really resonating with you, a place that you saw strong connection, or something that you just feel strongly about? And we'll give you about 60 seconds to figure out what that's going to be that you're going to share. And then we'll go ahead and go around and have each group share. All right, so let's just do it. We'll do a quick whip around. Each board member just have a quick moment to share, as it relates to the interim guardrails, something that resonated with you. And President Craighead?
Yes. For me, it was for guardrail number 2, so there's only one interim, and that's 2A. And that is around engagement activities, engaging the community. And for me, that's foundational to the work that we do, so that one stands out.
Mr. Miller?
Well, first, I'm going to applaud you to holding us accountable about not really being heavy critiques on the interim guardrails, but more of making sure that they're in alignment to what our initial principles were. And to that, I looked at guardrail number 3 in particular, and I just was very appreciative. Or let me take a step back. I truly believe that the best gauge of the curriculum and programming being prioritized with racial equity can really be captured through the pulse surveys. And I think that's going to be the best tool to help us confirm that we're meeting that expectation that we set as a board. And so I'm just very appreciative that we already kind of had that in place, but now we have something that can truly hold us accountable to it.
If you were sitting down here with us, you would have heard almost the same conversation. So that's good. It's good there's alignment. Ms. Lopez.
So I think this is a good start. What stood out for me is that we just can't, hopefully not just look at guardrail 1, 2, and 3 and say, okay, on guardrail 1 we have 1A and 1B, and so long as we do both of these, we've secured the equitable resourcing for the district. So. There's many other things, and I think that these guardrails, these are just examples, but it's just not so long as we meet these examples, we've met, we've made sure that we've met the guidelines and the guardrails. So there's just a lot more that should be in all of these.
Yeah, and we also had that conversation that we can't, we could, if we listed, well, one of the things we said is if we listed all the things that show equitable resourcing, it would actually probably be the LCAP, because the LCAP really is the plan, the 160-page plan that does show all of the resourcing. So, but yeah, great. Again, conversation we had over here, so more alignment. Mr. Otto, would you like to bring us home? If we can get you on the microphone, Mr. Otto.
I'm done. We made a decision that the people that had been thinking about this long and hard, as opposed to the people that had been elected, should talk about it. So we're going to let you talk about it.
I've been delegated to speak. Thank you. We had a good conversation about how while the goals reflect our student outcomes, the guardrails really represent the value of the community and the expectation that there will be accountability for the superintendent, the position, not the person.
Thank you very much. Dr. Baker, would you like to close us out and
Thank
tell us about
you.
next steps?
First of all, thank you for really good work. Our team appreciates the opportunity to engage with you informally and to get into a really good discussion, so appreciate that. We will do some bringing your thoughts all together, which sounds like there was a lot of alignment across our groups in preparation for the June 18th meeting. So the June 18th meeting will include the board goals and guardrails with annual targets for the board goals for each year leading up to 2028, and that will be requested for adoption. You will also have the monitoring calendar that is through 2028 coming to you that reflects all of the monitoring. And then we will do our last refinement, including our targets for our interims. That's for information, as Brian shared. It's not for a vote, but it is for information so that you have an entire package to start the new fiscal year with in July. We're also going to find time, and we have, I'll come back to you with a date to each of you. We think that it would be good to go through some of the metrics again, one-on-one or in 2x2s with the board, and so we've got some calendar dates that I will follow up on with you, where you can ask personal questions or individual questions. You can know more a little bit about the systems behind the scenes related to the student data, and so we look forward to that as well. So again, thank you for really good work this afternoon. Appreciate it. Turning back to you, President Craighead.
Thank you. Well, in light of the fact that we need to be starting another meeting in 10 minutes, we'll take a break and we will reconvene at 5 o'clock. Thank you, everyone, for sticking to a tight time schedule, and Mr. Moskovitz for your dual function here with, yes. So thank you, everyone. We'll reconvene at 5. Good evening, everyone. Thank you to everyone here in person, to those who are live streaming, to those who may be joining us from the island of Catalina. I will ask our board secretary to take a roll call and establish a quorum for the record.
Thank you. President Craighead,
Here.
Member Lopez,
Present.
Member Miller,
Here.
Member Otto,
Here.
and Student Member Arroyo. Here. We have a quorum.
Thank you. And now I will have our student board member lead us in the pledge.
Please stand. Ready, begin.
The board has been meeting in closed session today regarding matters listed on the agenda. The board took action on the following items. On item 3.1, the board voted 4-0 with Dr. Benitez absent to approve to the readmission of student ID number 201127445. On item 3.2, the board voted 4-0 with Dr. Benitez absent to approve several public employee appointments. I will now ask Dr. Ahn to provide specific information.
All right. Thank you. Well, today marks the kickoff of our 2025-2026 administrator promotional season. There are 18 promotional assignments across levels and departments, and a number of lateral moves as well. All administrative changes can be found on our district website. And at this time, I'd like to pass to Mr. Zaid, who will begin the announcements.
I will share the promotions at the elementary and TK8 schools level, beginning with Jennifer Kolb, who will be the principal at Alvarado Elementary. Darren Evans, who's in the audience tonight, who will be the principal at Bircham Elementary. Sharita Clemens, who will be the principal at Stevenson Elementary. Luke Davis, who is a new hire who will serve as assistant principal at Grant Elementary. Cynthia Navoa, who is also in the audience here, who will be the new assistant principal at Hart Elementary. Daisy Garcia, who will be the assistant principal at Longfellow Elementary. And last but not least, at our level, Brandon Kent, who will serve as the assistant principal of Muir K-8.
Thank you.
For our secondary schools, the promotions that we have Dr. Tanya Enover, who will serve as the new principal of Nelson Middle School. And I believe she's in the audience this evening. We have Mr. Michael Crockett, who will join the Wilson team as an assistant principal. Dr. Aaron Danks will also be promoted to assistant principal at Wilson High School. And we have Carolyn Dahl, who will be promoted to assistant principal at Lakewood High School.
I have the pleasure of sharing on behalf of the Office of School Support Services, Susan Caskey, who's moving from administrative assistant to program administrator in school support services. Dr. Jennifer Yates, who's been lead psychologist, moving to administrative assistant in student support services. Reggie Simon, who's been a psychologist, moving to administrative assistant in the Office of Student Support Services. Shireen Joffrin Hill, who's been a teacher on special assignment, moving to administrative assistant in the Office of Student Support Services. And David Klein, who's also been a teacher on special assignment, moving to administrative assistant, Office of Student Support Services.
All right, and I will bring us home tonight. Two more promotions. Dr. Jacqueline Williams, who was the principal at Barton, will now be the director of the Child Development Centers. And Maria Pilar Perosio, who was principal at Hughes Middle School, will be a director principal supervisor.
Thank you. So if your name was called, I'm going to have you stand now so that we can give you a round of applause. So just a little context on this process. Those names are brought before the board in closed session, and then once the board approves that, then our senior staff hurriedly goes to the phones to let these people know what, what changes have been made. So for you to be here in the audience is amazing, because I know it was a quick turnaround. It was probably, I think I have to get in the car right now and leave. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for taking on your new roles. There is one more item that I need to report out that the board, an action that the board took, and that was that on item 3.3, the board voted 4-0 with Dr. Benitez absent to approve the resignation agreement for certificated employee number E00671-653. And then I will just mention for those, you're welcome to stay with us for the meeting. We understand if you have other plans, because this was sprung on you late today. Let's see. Okay, adoption of the agenda. We need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion on that? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 4-0 with a preferential vote. It's on the agenda, but introduction of student representative is on pause until the fall, when we have our new school year starting. So when we enter the summer months, it's kind of a dark period as far as I'm concerned, because then we don't have a student representative. So just to reiterate, more students to come in the fall. And now I will have our student board member. She's got something to read and share with us.
Thank you. Yes, I'll be sharing a recognition of LGBTQIA+ Pride Month from the district. In recent years, it has been officially recognized by the U.S. government when President Bill Clinton declared June of 1999 Gay and Lesbian Pride Month. Subsequently, in 2011, President Barack Obama expanded the officially recognized Pride Month to include the whole of the LGBTQIA+ community. Today, Pride celebrations take place globally, emphasizing and commemorating the advancements achieved over the decades. These events range from pride parades, picnics, workshops, and various other activities. Celebrations like these aim to recognize and honor the historical and contemporary contributions of LGBTQIA+ individuals on local, national, and international scales. Thank you.
Thank you, Alana. And now I will direct your attention to the screens. We have our vision in action.
Robertson. I'm a teacher librarian at Hoover Middle School and Tincher K-8 Preparatory School. A teacher librarian is a library media specialist who connects teachers, students, and families to the information they need and want. We help them connect to the right books, diverse books, so that they find themselves in it to develop their own selves and foster a love of learning. So one of my major accomplishments this year for Hoover was winning the Laura Bush America's Foundations for Libraries grant. It's $5,000 for Hoover, and my proposal was to create an escape room for the students, buy books for book clubs, and also to help with the curriculum. Winning Teacher Librarian of the Year means that the students, the staff, and families recognize what I do for the school, for the students. Just want to say thank you, my coworkers, the parents, and my administrators. Their support really means a lot.
And we actually have another one.
We are celebrating classified employees. It's the 23rd annual classified employee celebration called Class Chala this year. We all see our teachers who are amazing in this school district, but we have all these ladies who are the support staff for the school district. And so we're here to celebrate all of classified employees.
This year we received 61 classified employees nominations. We are excited to now announce a tie for this year's Classified Employee of the Year. Let's hear it for Craig Foster, Melissa Whitecott.
For me, it's been from the beginning. It started out as I was heavily involved at the school that my kids were going to. So it was kind of a smooth transition into working for the district. And it's just, all I can say is that I'm blessed to work with the people that I work with, and I'm grateful and excited.
I've been here a while, a little over 25 years, and seen a lot of different changes, a lot of different people. So it's really special and important to me to work for a district that supports people and diversity and inclusion. A little speechless. All the success I have is because of the people I work with. So it would be nice if the whole duplicating department could be here and get the award. It's really a group effort.
And I believe we actually have our Teacher Librarian of the Year here in person. Can you stand and be recognized? And congratulations and thank you for all your hard work. Let's see, next on the agenda, we have public hearing.
We don't have any speakers on them.
I'm sorry?
We don't have any speakers on the public hearing.
Oh. Okay, thank you. Well, seeing as we don't have anyone to speak on these hearings, I declare the hearing closed, and we will move on with the agenda. So next, we have public testimony on items listed on the agenda.
Tonya Uranga.
I'm here to talk about a few things. First is agenda item 15.1, the approval of the minutes of the March 19th meeting, but there's no hyperlink for the public to look at, and the meeting was about 2.5 months ago. I understand it's on consent. However, if you're taking minutes from a meeting the public has access to or is invited to, then you really should be providing the minutes, no matter how long ago it was. Second, the bylaws. The bylaws were very difficult to read. They're small. Can you do something about, even with my glasses, I couldn't read them. I printed it out. It was ridiculous. But I did read this, the bylaws, conflict of interest on item 10, the public statement. Board members have a right to freely express their personal views. However, board members will respect the authority to choose its representative to communicate its positions to abide by established protocols established by board policy. My comment is that if it is an issue regarding my district, I don't care who the board selects to communicate their position. It needs to be my board member speaking if it's in my district. That's what we elected him for. Third, the student outcome focused item. I have many concerns regarding the community outreach plan. First is surveys. Yes, it helps collect data, but only collects data you ask about, not real concerns. Surveys are not dialogue. Please do not amplify these voices with surveys, using surveys, because most community members won't fill them out because they are not asking the right questions. Group meetings will generally, group meetings will generally be 1 hour. What if it's about a safety issue or A through G or a shooting on campus? 1 hour is never enough once you do intros, speeches from the the staff and the board members, then you leave 30 minutes for the community. You should at least look at 1.5 hours at least. Third, board members will develop talking points. I don't want to hear your talking points in a community meeting. I want you to hear my talking points. That's what it's about, the community. And the surveys that survey availability is not communicating. It's not a communication strategy. Surveys are tools. Talking points are tools. Okay, the next is too much emphasis on dedicated emails, phone lines. What about person-to-person contact? I don't see anything there that shows it as having value. These are tools, but not real communication. It really requires about one-on-one, for it to be one-on-one. Things that you do, like when you run into someone at a market. During events, the next one that you have is during events, personal issues should be directed to the appropriate channel. Well, all parents' issues are personal. They're personal when it comes to their children. And so please, if you could define what personal issues is. Parents have concerns about their children, and they should be listened to. Customer service, the next one is customer service concerns will be tracked and addressed separately without overshadowing the goal of the collective. Well, if you have 30 people there and 10 people have 1 point, are they not the collective? I don't understand how you measure that. Does everyone have to agree on everything? The next is I support you. I'm concerned about the word script and survey. Again, they're just tools. They are not real communication. And why can't my board member speak as an individual? We elected him to speak. Thank you. There's more, but I will send it in.
Thank you.
Jerlene Tatum.
Good evening, Jerlene Tatum, speaking on agenda item 17.1, bylaws. Just some thoughts on this whole process that began, in December. It has been the most, I don't know if it's comical or if it's embarrassing or if it's saddening to watch the process that has taken place. And even with the last speaker talking about the font size of the documentation that was posted on the line, are you guys aware that there are guidelines that you all are required to follow when it comes to online documentation, especially being accommodating to people who may have visual disabilities? So again, you're violating something and you're creating barriers for us to even be able to have access to documentation. Yet going through, I didn't go in detail as the last speaker, going through everything, but some of the things that kind of stood out to me that I really don't understand. One of the items, the board believes that late night meetings deter public participation, and then you're calling for meetings to be joined by 9. Yeah, it is difficult sitting here by 9, but for those that have been elected, that's what you were elected for. What deters public participation is having board meetings at 5 p.m. so that people who are working or got to pick up their children got to make accommodations to get here by 4:45 to actually sign up. That's a deterrent. Something else that's in here that I didn't understand and I had to read it multiple times. The board believes that when no conflict of interest requires abstention, its members have the duty to vote on items before them. When a member abstains or abstention shall not be counted. This is a public meeting. If a board member abstains, it needs to be in the reporting of that. And if a board member chooses to abstain, isn't that their right as an elected official? Isn't that something written somewhere in Robert Rules of Order? Isn't there a lawyer here who can decide that? Some of these bylaws and these things that have been written are very arbitrary. They seem very contrived, and they don't even make any sense. And it's absolutely embarrassing, especially of those of us who have worked with nonprofit organizations or in corporate organizations and who have written bylaws. Looking at this, I am ashamed of this education institution for what you guys are presenting to the public, and shame on the board members for all of you allowing your voices and authority to be taken away with a piece of paper that becomes a legal document, especially in this climate that we are in when our right to use our voice is under attack, and you are behaving like our current administration in the national office.
Thank you.
That's all we have for on the agenda.
And we will move to public testimony on items not listed on the agenda.
So for that, we have 14 speakers signed up.
I'm going to motion to allow all speakers that signed up, that we give them the full 3 minutes and that opportunity to give public comment.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 4-0 with a preferential vote.
So the first speaker is Gloria Quaxiloa.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Gloria Quashloa de Shivers, and I am both a teacher and a parent here in Long Beach Unified School District. I am here to share a portion of a letter I wrote to board member Maria Isabel Lopez regarding my daughter's placement during the school of choice process. Dear board member Lopez, I'm writing regarding my daughter's placement at Millikan High School in the Compass Pathway program. Initially, we were thrilled when she was accepted, particularly with the understanding that she would be pursuing her passion for fashion. Throughout the application process, we were not informed of any potential issues regarding her enrollment in the fashion classes once accepted into Compass. When the school counselor visited her middle school to select classes, the fashion class was chosen without any indication that a second option would be necessary. This led us to believe her path was set for the next 4 years. Recently, I received an email notifying us that due to an excess of students, my daughter was randomly selected for removal from the fashion sequence and placed in the new Arts, Events, and Enterprise program. While I appreciate the introduction of new programs, I have concerns about my daughter being a guinea pig in an untested curriculum, especially as she has invested time and resources into pursuing her dream of fashion. She even saved her money from dog walking to purchase a sewing machine, demonstrating her commitment and enthusiasm for this field. Had we known about the uncertainty regarding her placement in the fashion program, we would have considered alternative options during the school of choice process, including selecting a different school or pathway. I appreciate that board member Lopez brought these concerns to the district office. However, they informed me that there was nothing that could be done. I was advised to stay in contact with the high school counselor, hoping she might be placed in the fashion sequence in her sophomore year. Meanwhile, my daughter is enrolled in a program she did not choose. It is crucial to note that fashion classes are not available as electives for students in other pathways. If you wish to verify this, I encourage you to ask any Millikan student. I did, and they all confirmed that fashion classes are not accessible to students from other pathways. Today, I am asking for transparency in the school of choice process and for the district to make school of choice a choice. Do not move students around without our prior knowledge, and do not pigeonhole them into programs that they never chose. When families make decisions about high school, they trust the district's word. Please uphold your commitment to our students, including my daughter. I would also like to acknowledge Mrs. P., the creator and teacher of the fashion program at Millikan High School. Her program equips students with invaluable skills, knowledge, and confidence. This is what my daughter was sold during the school of choice process. I urge you to ensure she has access to the program she believed she signed up for. Thank you, board member Maria Isabel Lopez, for your transparency and for your continuous support of teacher and students. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Alexandria Jordan.
Hello, my name is Alexandria Jordan. I'm currently a senior at Wilson High School, and I'm here to express my concerns on the lack of health education classes in Long Beach Unified Schools. Students like myself aren't being educated on their bodies, which is a tremendous disadvantage for us. I recently conducted a survey for a class project for my Diverse Voices in Media Literacy campaign. In this survey, I received 32 responses back from my fellow classmates. One of the questions I asked were, do you know anyone who has had a pregnancy scare or had been pregnant under the age of 18? 28 out of the 32 students had said yes, and only 4 had said no. I feel like with this class, if we had the knowledge that this class could have taught us, those numbers would have been drastically different. A health education class would benefit us as teenagers, but also as adults. This is knowledge we need, especially in our early years. Students experiment and try new things, so if they had the knowledge they needed, they could potentially prevent some of these things from ruining their lives. It is important for students to be educated not only on their health and body, but also on that of the opposite gender in regards to the possible health risks, sexually transmitted diseases, pregnancy, and more. I understand one of the biggest concerns of this class was parent opinion, and I believe with health education, kids are forced to learn things without health education, kids are forced to learn things on their own, and not everyone has a trusted adult to go to with any questions. So most of the time, kids are learning through negative experiences or not even learning at all. Parents don't want their kids learning things like this at school and prefer to be teaching them at home, but oftentimes kids are scared to go to their parents with questions, either because they are embarrassed or they fear being judged. Having this class would inform students about their bodies along with the potential health risks. I'm also aware of the unit of health education being taught in biology, and with this, I think that just the unit is not enough time for students to fully grasp the knowledge or the information they are being taught. So if it was a class, then they would have a lot more time to fully understand what they are being taught. All in all, I believe health education should be brought back for students to take. It is more important than one may think, and it is information that we will keep with us for the rest of our lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jared Davis.
Good evening, honorable board members and president of the body. My name is Jared Davis, and I'm the parent of a senior at Millikan High School. My son, Jared Davis Jr., is supposed to graduate on June 11th. I'm here as a concerned parent, as I was recently informed by my son that he will not have the ability to walk the stage with his classmates next week due to missing assignments in his economics class. During the month of February, my son suffered a head concussion due to lacrosse, a sport he plays for and is proud to represent at Millikan High School. Though my son had dizzy spells, headaches, difficulty driving, blurry vision, and sensitivity to loud noises, we found out about his concussion during the progress reports, and when we questioned my son about why he was sleeping so much and seen a drop in his well-being, he described these symptoms. Once at the doctor's, he was told that he suffered from a concussion, and we followed up with the school and informed his teachers with the doctor's note. All the teachers were supportive and allowed our son to submit his school work at his pace. What I also need to mention is that my son has a 504 plan. So being on this plan, in addition to the concussion, has been very difficult. As excited as all seniors can get with graduation, around the corner my son is not in that position because all teachers have allowed him to submit his work considering his 504 and his concussion. There is one teacher that has declined to allow him to submit his work at a pace that takes into consideration his 504 as well as his condition, which is medically written by a doctor whom has specialized and diagnosed him with a concussion. After several requests to submit his work at his pace and or makeup, the teacher has refused to cooperate and with his circumstances and declined to allow my son to walk the stage with his friends that have all been working very hard to get to this important milestone. One teacher has said that he cannot submit his work any longer and walk on the stage because of her portal to submit work has been closed. The one teacher has made no concessions to allow work submitted by graduation date of June 11th or even 2 weeks after graduation. What I don't understand is why this portal has closed. Where is your policies? Where in the policies does it state that in order to receive credit for the class or the course, work needs to be submitted 3 weeks before graduation? Where in the school district does it state that? If you can show me, I would understand that and where the guidelines and to be met. However, I've looked in the policies and I haven't seen this directive. What I do know, there is no student walks in with a 0. Students having...
I'm sorry, your time is up, but I'm gonna have somebody collect your information so that we can look into this.
Jennifer Lyons.
Hello, my name is
name is Jennifer Lyons. Good evening, board members. Thank you for allowing me to address you today. I am here as a concerned parent regarding the daily wearing of a keffiyeh by one of my son's teachers at McBride High School. Seeing his teacher wearing this controversial garment every single day makes my son feel very uncomfortable. While the keffiyeh has cultural significance for many, it is also recognized as a symbol associated with Hamas, which is a terrorist organization whose stated goals are to commit genocide against the Jewish people. The keffiyeh's presence in a public school setting can be especially upsetting to students with Jewish heritage, like my son, and may make them feel threatened and unsafe, especially in light of the recent horrific hate crimes that have been taking place against the Jewish community. LBUSD emphasizes equity and the elimination of systemic discrimination as outlined in its equity policy. To uphold these values, it's crucial that educators maintain a neutral learning environment, free from symbols that could be interpreted as political endorsements. Furthermore, California law protects school district employees' rights to engage in political activities, provided they do not occur during instructional time or involve the use of public resources. Displaying politically charged symbols, such as the keffiyeh, during class time is clearly not protected. I have reached out to the principal about this, but she was unable to get the teacher to stop wearing it. Therefore, the Jews Belong Beach Coalition and I escalated my complaint to the school district, but the district ruled in favor of the teacher. Finally, we submitted a UCP complaint to the California Department of Education last month and are awaiting a response. I respectfully request that the board consider providing clear guidelines to staff regarding the display of symbols with potential political connotations during instructional time. This will help ensure that our classrooms remain inclusive spaces focused solely on education, not on political indoctrination. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you.
Leslie Lewis.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Lewis. As a parent who's heavily involved in Sankofa Parent Village and a parent lead of my child's elementary, Sankofa, and every event under the umbrella of Black Student Achievement Initiative and of VIPS for the last 7 years at least, I was initially not welcomed as a parent to being a VIPS. After scheduling after school time to help my son's teacher, she said that she didn't need help and actually said that everything was already done. I literally walked down the halls in order to help other teachers. Years later, for a new school year, I told my son's teacher I was a VIPS in September. She welcomed me to help chaperone field trips the next year, making me feel completely unwelcomed. As a Black parent, I have felt unwelcome. I wonder how welcome my Black children are in their schools. There is a climate of anti-Blackness, a tension that is embedded in the school system itself that is unsaid but not unfelt. Please make sure my children and all children feel welcome in their schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judith Nguyen.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Judith Nguyen, and my daughter attends Emerson Parkside Academy. I'm here once again as a parent and advocate for collaborative co-teaching in LBUSD. Since I last spoke, our petition to expand this model has grown to 500 signatures from parents and community members who believe in inclusion education. Collaborative co-teaching, where general education and special education teachers work together in the same room, has helped countless students thrive. It supports not just those with IEPs, but all learners by promoting differentiated instruction, inclusion, and strong peer relationships. This program is making a difference, yet instead of expanding it, we're seeing it scaled back just to second grade. The decision runs counter to what we're hearing from parents and teachers who see the benefit every day. It also moves us further from the district's stated goals of equity and inclusion. We urge you to listen to the voices of families and educators who are asking for more support, not less. Let's build on what's working. Let's extend collaborative co-teaching through 5th grade so more students can benefit from this proven model. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak up for our kids. Also, I wanted to mention that this is in regards to ADA compliance. We are exactly 1 year away from ADA compliance deadline, April 24th, 2026. By this date, all websites and mobile applications must meet the WCAG 2.1 AA standards to ensure digital accessibility for individuals and disabilities as required under federal law, just to piggyback on what was said earlier. Thank you.
Thank you.
Venus Lyon.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here today as both a parent and a dedicated member of this community. I came from a long line of Long Beach graduates and district employees, and I myself am a proud graduate of Long Beach schools. When my family moved from Los Angeles 3 years ago, we intentionally chose to live within the Long Beach Unified School District because we believe the quality of education and values it represented. Unfortunately, over the past year, that belief has been seriously shaken. I'm here to put a face and a voice to my concerns on behalf of my 10-year-old son who has Down syndrome and other students who are currently in the moderate to severe special education class at Cleveland Elementary. Despite my efforts to reach out, including multiple emails to district personnel, you sit here, and the board members, I have received no response. This lack of communication is deeply disappointing and concerning. My concern is not only about communication, but about equity. It is clear that students in special education do not have access to the same range of opportunities and resources as their general education peers, whether it's in terms of school choice, class variety, or program quality. While I understand that the special education population is smaller, that should not equate to less attention or lower standards. Over the past year, we lost an excellent teacher who genuinely cared about our children. Her replacement, while supported, has struggled significantly. It has been a difficult year marked by instability, unmet needs, and impacts that go far beyond academics. To say our children have been negatively affected would be an understatement. When I asked for support and a plan to ensure next year would be better, I was told by the principal to consider school of choice program, to remove my son from his neighborhood school. We live and pay taxes in Lakewood. We are walking distance from Cleveland Elementary. My son knows the kids in the neighborhood, attends birthday parties with them, and deserves to finish his last year in elementary school at his neighborhood school, a place where he feels connected and safe. I'm here today asking for action. I'm asking for an administrative change that ensures that our children in special education receive a safe, stable, and high-quality academic experience, just like other students in the district. I want to restore my faith, the faith my family has held in the district for generations, but that can only happen if our concerns are taken seriously, our voices are heard, and our children are treated fairly. Thank you for your time and allowing me to share. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carol Jones.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Carol Jones, and I'm a parent of several students now attending Wilson High School in Long Beach. I'm here today because I believe that there is inadequate supervision of politics in the classroom within LBUSD. During the last presidential election, several teachers at Wilson used their platforms to air their political views. Some teachers even hung posters of their preferred political candidate, discussing the candidates in a manner that clearly demonstrated their bias. A teacher at McBride High School in another part of Long Beach has been wearing a keffiyeh to class on a regular basis since last fall, with no repercussions. A keffiyeh has no religious significance and is not a religious symbol like a yarmulke, a Jewish star, a Christian cross, or a hijab. The keffiyeh has become a political statement and is used today by radical protest groups to demonstrate against the state of Israel. A teacher regularly wearing or displaying one should not be considered acceptable behavior under LBUSD's standards for inclusivity. LBUSD policy has always championed inclusivity, but the permitted behaviors of these teachers doesn't demonstrate that. If even one single student is made to feel uncomfortable or threatened in their own personal views by listening to a teacher praise one candidate and bash another, that is one too many. If one student is made to feel alone or isolated, or worse, targeted by a teacher wearing a keffiyeh, an implicit threat to the Jewish community, this is one student too many. LBUSD regularly issues statements demonstrating their positions of inclusivity towards the LGBTQ IA plus community, to the Black community, and many other minority groups. Yet the district had no response to a petition that garnered nearly 2,500 signatures begging it to take action against political bias in the classroom. The district took no corrective action in response to a complaint regarding the McBride teacher continually wearing a keffiyeh. I know that LBUSD would not allow its teachers to display a KKK flag, a Confederate flag, or a Nazi swastika, as these would threaten many local minority constituents. If LBUSD aims to be inclusive, it should then not tolerate keffiyehs or other indicators of political preference demonstrated by its teachers, who are entrusted with acting as special positive role models for our students, but who are also required to provide unbiased and favorable learning environments for all students. Jewish students should not be forced to tolerate a threatening classroom environment. And to be clear, a teacher wearing a keffiyeh is not unprotected speech. It is not protected speech, it is unprotected speech. I ask you to please remedy the situation by requiring the McBride teacher to discontinue wearing the garment, with an apology to any students in her class that may have been offended. I ask that the district provide training to all teachers that educates them on the subject of political neutrality, so that it's clear when promoting candidates that the bias is not permitted. And it's my hope that all
I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Okay. Well, I
Thank
just wanted
you.
to thank you. I want all students to feel included in the inclusivity that the district represents. Thank you.
Anaya Younger.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anaya, and I am here as a parent and a leader that supports a collective of Sankofa parent village groups, where my students are at Keller and Bixby. I support the groups at Keller, Bixby, Henry, Newcomb, Sato, and have been on the Sankofa Parent Village Leader Board. On May 3rd, as many of you know, we opened the Center for Black Student Excellence, and it was a beautiful ribbon cutting ceremony. Mr. Zaid gave a great speech that had parents very hopeful and excited about the center and all that we could do. But that has turned since the opening into confusion and disappointment, as the center currently operates as an office building for staff, with meetings that are by appointment or invitation only. On the website, it says that the center will support the collective good of our community, serving as a hub of excellence, open to all, from our community to our schools to our community. But the center hasn't felt open in any way. And I ask you all to please consider these questions as we're moving forward. Will the gates be unlocked? During and after school, I've went to go visit the center. The gates are locked on the outside. There is no way for you to get in. Unless you've been invited, it's not there. You're not able to get in. Will a buzzer be added so that when you arrive, if you don't have an appointment, you could actually buzz in like we buzz into the schools for open access? Will a sign be posted on the outside for visibility to our community that lists the open hours and the contact information? So if people wanted to contact, they could. Will a list of services be shared that are available to the community? Right now, we don't know, parents don't know what the center can provide. Will the services that are available be both on site in the center and then off site at the school sites for families who may not be able to take their kids over there? And will the center be open in the summer? This is actually a great opportunity to open the doors and invite the community in, and also the students have time to come because they're not stuck in school. I sincerely hope that we can truly open the center as soon as possible. And I wanted to give 2 quick shout outs in my last couple minutes. That today we invited ourselves in by scheduling a field trip for Keller and Lindbergh students to go into the center. Lindbergh students are actually on campus but had never been invited into the center. Dr. Pamela Lovett led a very engaging workshop for us, and Ms. Jamila Jackson was a very gracious host and welcoming. The students were asked to give their input on the center. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Darlene Tatum.
Can they keep me calm? Good evening, Darlene Tatum, LBUSD parent. She came to keep me calm. I am here to share my public concerns about the Long Beach Unified School District Director of the Black Center for Student Excellence. I am here to make sure that my concerns become part of the public record. Although I have participated as a member of the Black Student Achievement Initiative Advisory Board and on the planning committee for the Black Student Symposium for 4 years, I am here as an individual. I am here speaking as a Black woman, speaking as a mother of Black children, speaking as an unapologetic advocate for Black parents, Black children, and members of the Black community. As a parent that came to this board in May of 2021 with other advocates, we presented to you all a whole presentation. And in that presentation, it included centering Black students. So I've been a part of this process for a while. That year, 2021, is when the board made their commitment. For the last several months, I have experienced one of the most horrible experiences I've ever experienced in working with a Long Beach Unified School District employee. And I've been sitting at the table with y'all for a while. I've expressed my concerns directly to Dr. Spencer. I've expressed it to her superiors. I even walked around with a sign hanging on me with messaging expressing my discontent and the challenges that arose during the planning of the symposium and the ribbon cutting ceremony. A symposium that would have not happened had Black parents not showed up and asked administration, where's our symposium? A ribbon cutting ceremony that the director attempted to bar Black parents for being participants in. I've been walking around with a copy of the job description. Oh, I'm sorry, I was told it's not a job description. The job announcement for the position. And I was informed that there's no job description for the position. So I ask a question. How do you hire someone without a job description? Isn't an HR standard? Isn't that normal across the industry, whatever industry that be? And if there is no job description, wouldn't that be public tantamount of giving a gift of public funds that aligns with waste and abuse if you don't have a description in order to keep someone accountable for their job? A question that's being asked lately is, how does the Black Center and BSAI connect? Well, according to the announcement that's not a job description, I'm not sure, at least a half a dozen times, Black Center is mentioned, Black Student Achievement Initiative is mentioned. So I just wanted to make sure that was on the public record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lena Schuper.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, and Long Beach Unified School District community. My name is Lena Schuper. I'm the founder of Jews Belong Beach, and I'm speaking on behalf of Act Now K-12, a grassroots coalition advocating for safe, apolitical, equitable, and inclusive K-12 education. First, I want to thank you. There are horrific stories we hear from other districts where Jewish students are physically assaulted, teachers openly celebrate terrorism, and school boards ignore or even fuel the hatred. We have received well over 200 complaints of anti-Semitism in San Jose schools and only 3 in Long Beach. That said, we are here tonight because we must do better. The goal must be 0. In the last 2 weeks alone, Jews have been targeted by terror attacks here in the United States. Jews were murdered and injured because of hateful rhetoric and ignorance. This violence and raging anti-Semitism are also budding right here in our schools, right here in this room. If overlooked, minimized, or left unaddressed, it will escalate. K through 12 schools have become a primary vehicle for normalizing anti-Semitic rhetoric. According to the Anti-Defamation League's website, 45% of Jewish students report feeling unsafe or harassed in their school environments. Districts across the state, including LBUSD, failed to respond adequately to anti-Semitic incidents and complaints filed through the Uniform Complaint Process, the UCP. After several CDE appeal determinations, like case matter number 2025-0008 and case matter 2025-0040, which upheld the complaints of discrimination against Jewish and Israeli American students in public schools, LBUSD must pay attention and do better. We've heard horror stories from other districts, like an ESL teacher in Northern California allegedly told an elementary school age Israeli American immigrant student whose family survived the October 7th massacre to kill himself because he was committing genocide. A teacher in Tampa Union told her class that, quote, there were too many Jews. Lawsuits were submitted in San Jose and Menlo Park about discrimination and neglect to protect the well-being and safety of students. Numerous OCR complaints are pending following hostile and unlawful lessons, violent threats, and a lack of accountability to care, act, and protect learners. And tonight it gave me chills to hear adult men laughing at the mention of Hamas as terrorists. In our district, we see warning signs. Last year, we reported a teacher wearing a keffiyeh styled as a political symbol in class following the October 7th Hamas massacre. She continues to do so after numerous complaints. For Jewish children, students in this district, that is not cultural expression. It's a message, a political message, and a threat.
Thank you.
Lee Rice Epstein.
Hi, good evening, board. Lee Rice Epstein. I am proud parent of. Hi. Excuse me. Excuse me. Not gonna happen. Okay. Thanks. Okay. Lee Rice Epstein, proud poly parent.
Excuse me. We're going to just have the timer reset so that you have your full 3 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
So we've been in this district and now just celebrated our 10th year living here. So our sons have been through Los Cerritos Elementary, Hughes Middle School, Marshall Academy, and now Poly. They've been involved in a number of sports, about every music program possible, about every extracurricular they could get their hands on. And I will say I was, and still am, like really sad to share their continued annual disappointment in the district's failure to recognize Jewish American Heritage Month, which just ended. And just ended with a notable letter that was sent to superintendents, county and district superintendents from the state, from Tony Thurmond. I just want to note that he did send out, in addition to recognizing at the end of the month that we concluded Jewish American Heritage Month with the murder of 2 young people outside a Jewish cultural event in Washington, D.C., and an attack on a group of peaceful members of the community in Colorado, that in this letter cited not only that these were important messages that needed to go out to students, but that also in part of what he says, preparing pedagogical opportunities for young Californians to provide them with historical context and prepare them for an ever-changing world. Educators who recognize Jewish American Heritage Month in their classrooms and school communities may find themselves faced with questions about current events and Jewish culture. Even provided some sample resources and then reminds teachers to attend Summer Institute of California Teachers Collaborative for Holocaust and Genocide Education, et cetera, et cetera. It's a shame, what we would call a shanda, that the district continues to remain silent about an important minority. We're all here. Almost every parent who has spoken so far is trying to represent what is effectively a minority population in the school. The Black community, the community that requires more special education support, the Jewish community, and we're just asking for all of our communities to be represented at an equal level. Thank you.
Thank you. Dasal Mashaka.
Chess makes kids smarter. And I am Dasal Mashaka. I'm a chess coach in the Long Beach Unified School District for 5 elementary schools and 1 Saturday special school. And I have about 237 students in that program. And 14 of those students I've put on a national chess team, and some of those will be playing in a national chess tournament in Las Vegas this coming Friday. Some other students will be participating in Orlando, Florida, July the 11th, in another national tournament. A lot of these students are in their first year of my chess program. I want to thank the board for the opportunity to make the public more aware that we have an academic enhancement program called chess. Those schools that participate are Holmes Elementary, Riley, Bret Hart, Roosevelt, and Signal Hill, and the Sankofa Saturday program. And when we talk about chess for senior citizens as well, it reduces the risk of Alzheimer's and dementia. And the reason chess works the way it does is because most of the time we use one side of our brain for the creative side, another part for the more technical and problem-solving side. But when we play chess, we use both sides of the brain. So instead of going, it goes, brrr. Okay, so some of the benefits are problem solving for students, math, focus, behavior, and self-esteem. In behavior, for example, I had 2 boys at the start of the program. They would get so upset when they lose, they'd knock all the pieces off the board. Now, if you come to the class, they sit there as model students. The parents and teachers are noticing the difference. We made a video of the end of the year chess tournament that we have, and the board has received the link to that video, and if anybody wants that video, I'll give you my business card, my number, cell phone, 310-722-0863. Another example, I had a little girl that's undersized, very quiet, not participating in a lot of school activities, and now she's winning in chess, and the teachers talk about how she's speaking out in class. So I would like for all of you to get an opportunity to see the video by contacting the parents, or my number is, again, is 310-722-0863.
Thank you. Jessica Cabello.
Good evening, board members. I am Jessica Cabello, and I will be picking up where my ex-husband left off regarding our son, Jared Davis. Where in the school district does it state that if you can show me, I would understand that there are guidelines to be met. However, when I've looked at your policies, I haven't seen this directive. What I do know is that no student walks in with a 0. Students having some coursework and showing should have at least a 40, which is a pass. Your policies are broad and do not give a hard deadline about when the work must be submitted, whether that's 2 weeks before the deadline or 2 weeks after school is out. All teachers have worked with my son to help him get to this milestone. My son didn't opt to have a concussion in one class and not in his others. See, all his teachers are willing to support and help my son beyond their classrooms and into his well-being. One teacher only has taken a different stance, and I'm not clear if that's her own personal stance or it's the district's policy stance she's upholding, because to date, I have not seen that in your policies, and I'm asking for a copy of that policy so I can ensure this is a fair process applied across the district. If you can give me a copy and point to the policy, I would appreciate it. I also would appreciate for my son to be allowed to walk across the stage on June 11th with all his peers to celebrate this milestone. I acknowledge that he will need to complete the assignments to receive his diploma, but one class he has some assignments missing for shouldn't dictate being able to walk the stage. I ask for your support and understanding, as this is as important to my son as it is to our family, when we all celebrate his effort and hard work for the past 4 years. I would also like to add that it is disheartening how difficult it is to get anyone at Millikan to hear me and let me advocate for our son. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're done with public comment.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have reports on superintendent advisory groups. We'll start with the Business, Budget, and Policy Development Group. I serve on that group alongside Dr. Benitez. He's not here this evening, so I will report that the policies we're working, or the policies we're working on are bylaws, and we'll be doing that in other parts of the agenda. And once we have completed the bylaw adoption, then we will resume with other policies. So next we have instruction and student learning supports. Ms. Lopez.
Yes, the total amount of contracts for special education services that are up for approval tonight is $1,710,725. And these contracts are renewals for services that support students with disabilities. The services include behavioral and instructional aids, speech services, occupational therapy, and mental health services. These contracts are necessary in order to ensure students receive the services legally mandated by their individual education programs. Contract agencies are responsible for providing the required trainings for their staff as specified in each contract conditions. For the 25-26 school year, LBUSD is developing training modules that the non-public agencies must share with their staff prior to starting services. The training modules provide comprehensive information to the agency staff to ensure alignment with district expectations and contractual requirements. The training emphasizes compliance with legal and ethical standards, upholding the integrity of services, and maintaining a strong student-centered approach. Staff are equipped with the tools and knowledge necessary to support diverse learners effectively while meeting classroom and school expectations. Once the training is provided, the agency provides verification certifying that each of their staff has completed the training successfully. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you. Next we have workforce development. Mr. Miller.
No report today.
Thank you. Next is student outcome focused governance. Mr. Otter, you want to report on that?
I would just say that we had a special session earlier today where we talked about our goals and our guardrails, and we had a specific training in that area, and we continue to meet and implement our student outcomes focused governance, and we're doing it on a monthly basis.
Thank you. Yes, and I will just add that our implementation timeline team continues to meet weekly, and we discuss things like the quality of our monitoring, how we're going forward with the items laid out in the self-evaluation tool, that sort of thing. And then later on in the agenda, we'll talk about our bylaws. So next, we have the consent calendar. So we need a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion?
I do have questions on item 15.1, the approval of minutes for the March 19, 2025 board meeting. I guess I have a few questions there. So the first question is, why are we approving minutes for March 19th in June? And then can we get them prior to that? Can we get them in a more timely fashion? But also, on those minutes, we have a number of individuals, including Doña Uranga, Phyllis Arias, A. Lopez, Darlene Tatum, Juan Ovalle, who spoke against the adoption of the board bylaws, and that's not included in the minutes. What's included in the minutes and what reads is, spoke on the board bylaws. And I think that can be misleading because while they did speak on the board bylaws, they spoke against the board bylaws. Also on number 14 of the minutes, I recused myself voting on the substitute section. It does only say that I recused myself, but it doesn't specify. I was very clear that I was recusing myself because one of my adult daughters is subbing in the district, and I like that noted in the minutes, as I think it's we should include that the speakers that were speaking on the bylaws were specifically speaking in opposition to them. So I wanted to bring that up, and I do have, again, the question as to why we're just now approving the minutes for the March 19th meeting.
Well, Mr. Real, were you going to address that, or are you just adjusting your microphone? Okay.
Okay, so we don't know why. I just think it's just fair to have the minutes in a timely fashion, so months later, I think then it would take people to go back to the videos to see what was said in a meeting. But I definitely like those corrections made on that, on those minutes.
Certainly, in terms of just a response on the minutes, yes, staff tries very hard to make sure that those are updated as quickly as possible following the meetings. There have been some challenges in the office just in terms of some support staff that have been going through a few things. So that's likely one of the reasons for the delay. But we do endeavor to make sure that those minutes are done on a timely fashion. So that's the response in terms of the time frame. I did receive and understood your comment related to the consent calendar to make sure to include the purpose for your recusal and the specific incidents. So that one would certainly be modified and amended to reflect that change.
I think we should also modify the section where the speakers who came to speak in opposition of the board bylaws, that's included there. I mean, we had one here tonight, actually talking about not having those minutes available to the public. But I think it can be misleading not to include, just to say that they're here, they spoke about board bylaws. And then I'm going to move on to item number 15.4, the approval of math requirement waivers for graduating class of 2025. If someone can just explain this waiver. because we also had another family here talking about their son not being allowed to walk down graduation.
I can speak to the issue on the math waiver. That's not related to the parent who spoke earlier. On this issue, the state requires for a student to graduate, one of the requirements is that a student completes 2 years of mathematics. Our Board of Education has a policy that students must complete 4 years of mathematics. We have had practice that if students do not complete the 4 years, they do complete the 2 years and meet these other requirements, that we do bring before the board the opportunity to waive those requirements so that students can still graduate. So this is past practice. We've done this every year. We bring forth to you those students who meet the state requirement, not the district math requirement, for you to vote for them to be able to graduate.
And Mr. Moskowitz, would it be accurate to say that for students who don't pass algebra the first time, it's beneficial for them to be able to take algebra again, which means that they might need the 4 years to pass algebra 1 and maybe geometry or maybe algebra 2, but that the waiver would actually be beneficial to some of our students?
I mean, students have many reasons why they're not able to complete 4 years of mathematics. It's very different. I couldn't speak here to every single reason why. You mentioned one, that could be one, but there's many reasons why. So because they've met the state requirements, we bring before you those students who have met state requirements, not yet the district 4-year requirement, for you to approve that waiver.
So it would be beneficial for our students to receive the waiver because they are taking math. It's just maybe not the sequence that has been set up for the general population.
Well, the benefit is that these students, if approved, these students will be able to graduate next week.
Beneficial.
And to confirm, they satisfied the state requirement, correct? Got it.
I do have 2 more questions. Item 15.4 also, on the proposed law in action course, the description includes teachers must hold the appropriate CT credential, unlike the intermediate songwriting course that states teachers must hold the appropriate single subject music credential. I asked this question at the last board meeting. Does this mean that, so in this case, law in action does not require a teaching credential? And I asked this question last meeting regarding another approval, of course, and we weren't sure what the response was there, so I'm hoping there is a response here now.
I can get us started, and perhaps Dr. Ahn can add into this. The CTE courses that are taught within our district do require a CTE credential issued by the state of California through the Commission of Teacher Credentialing. Similar to our other courses, there are unique credentials to unique courses, so we would abide by those CTC guidelines.
So, so different than obviously the teaching credential that all the other teachers are required to have. Yes?
Correct.
And on 15.8, the contract with core districts for $343,375 to provide support for district improvements, efforts including engagement in the long-term planning for high school redesign. At the last meeting, we approved a contract with them for over $300,000. And I did raise the concern that our superintendent sat on their board. I did ask legal if there was a potential conflict of interest, but since we're now together approving, well, last contract and this one, about $700,000, I just want to confirm that there is no potential conflict of interest there.
There is no potential conflict of interest.
Okay. Thank you.
Unless there is further discussion, I'll have our board secretary take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Member Lopez?
So I vote aye with the exception of items 15.1, which are the minutes, and items 19, 20, and 21 on 15.6, which are claims filed by employees, as I need additional information. Thank you. Yes.
Yes, there is a process in the board bylaws that permits, especially for the consent calendar, for a no vote on specific items within the consent calendar. Otherwise, then you have to vote against the entire consent calendar. So the compromise to keep it on the consent calendar is that a member can identify which of those items that they would vote no on. That way, items don't have to be separately pulled from the consent calendar, but the motion would be marked as to which items either that the member voted no or abstained, which is really also what Ms. Lopez was talking about for the correction of the minutes back to the item in which she abstained on that one particular item in March.
It's the current policy, not the proposed policy?
Mr. Strumpfer's in the room. I think that was approved previously, yes. Specifically with that language in there to be able to do that on the consent calendar.
Member Otto?
Aye.
President Craighead?
Aye.
Member Miller?
Aye.
And student member Arroyo, preferential vote?
Aye.
Thank you. That passes 5-0? 5-0 with certain abstentions, yeah.
4 and
Oh, I'm sorry, 4-0 and a preferential vote by student member.
Okay, and then the record would reflect those exceptions, I imagine. Okay, so we will move on to item 16.1 under staff report for our budget update and LCAP draft number 2. Ms. Takahashi, I happened to catch you at a inopportune time.
Good evening. I'm happy to be joined by Miss Margaret Lamb and Dr. Lucy Salazar in this presentation of budget update and LCAP draft number 2. I must say for the budget, which is a very technical document that we have submitted to the board, there is a comprehensive memo that is attached to the budget. And so for anyone who wants to take a look at that document, it provides more detail than that which we're providing tonight. And so we've tried to make something very technical, very accessible to the public. So we'll be asking the board to adopt the budget and the LCAP on June 18th, and that's a statutory requirement that be done before June 30th. We must say, though, that the budget adoption is just a point in time. It's nestled in a year-long financial reporting and budgeting process. It begins with the governor's budget in January, where the governor releases his initial proposal to the state legislature on the state budget, which includes district revenues. So those are the first numbers that we get. It is followed by the May revision that we got just a few weeks ago, which is updated numbers based on new data that the state has on its revenue and on its economic condition. And so the May revision is what informs our budget. And the state legislature has until the middle of the month to adopt its budget. So if revenues to the school district are materially different, we have 45 days to revise our budget. And then in the December timeframe, we bring a report called the first interim, which is basically our execution of the budget. What does our revenues look like? What do our expenditures look like? And it's an opportunity to just recalibrate where we are. And then we do a second interim in March. And then we do our estimated actuals, which is how we think we're going to end up in the year, and that informs the budget. So it's a fairly lengthy process of budgeting and financial reporting. And what's important at every one of these checkpoints is that we are continually updating our financial projections, not just for the current year, but for the 2 years following. And that's really the value of all these checkpoints in the budget. I was clicking that. So themes for this budget and the LCAP adoption. Our state revenues reflect a slowing California economy, facing great uncertainty. I don't think I need to state that we are facing fairly uncertain financial times, particularly from the impact of recent federal policies, which I'll go into a little bit. Our enrollment, which dictates our revenues, continues to decline with attendance rates that have not yet rebounded since the pandemic. 25-26 will be the second year of deficit spending, and we'll see an acceleration of that deficit spending in the following years. And our LCAP, we'll be going into the second year of a 3-year LCAP, and it continues to demonstrate the alignment between the state board and strategic plan goals. So as I stated, the budget is based off of the governor's May revision. The governor's May revision addresses a $12 billion state deficit. So the governor's office stated that current year revenues were exceeding expectations, but the following year, which is the 25-26 year, those revenue expectations were lowered. And so with higher cost estimates, they're facing a $12 billion state deficit. And there are many multiple strategies that the governor proposed to reduce that deficit, including use of deferrals, that means delaying payments, use of reserves and budget reductions, but education was protected. He did not propose significant reductions to education, though we only get the statutory 2.3% cost of living adjustment. And revenues do not reflect the full risks to the California economy. We know the risks that are out there: stock market volatility, federal policies, the tariffs, immigration, which affect supply chains, labor supply, tax revenues, gross domestic product, consumer confidence, as well as just the cuts to federal programs, which the state, there's a question of whether a state is going to be able to backfill, which just creates additional pressures onto the state budget. So even the late filing tax deadline that LA County has until October just complicates budget projections for the state. So there's a number of reasons why the state is facing such uncertainty in its budget. So let's just take a look at the revenue for our budget. All operating funds is $1.3 billion. We have multiple funds. The general fund, which is our largest, we have a general fund unrestricted of almost 67%. Our general fund restricted, about 24%. We have a robust cafeteria fund, about 4.3%, $55 million. It's very robust because of the universal meals, which thankfully the governor has included again in his budget, which means every child can eat without cost. We have a child development fund, which is our Head Start CDC programs, 4.6%, $60 million, and then adult education fund, which is about approximately $2.2 million. So you'll see the general fund is most of the operating budget, and that's why we focus so heavily on that fund. See that the general fund revenue is comprised of the local control funding formula, which is 70% of our general fund, and that's why we again focus so heavily on the local control funding formula, and the local control funding formula also drives the LCAP. We have federal funding at almost $70 million. We have other state revenues, approximately $254 million, and then other local revenues is $41.3 million in this budget. So again, we will be heavily focusing on LCFF and those assumptions that we use in determining how much we're going to get in LCFF. So it's really important is the assumptions that we utilize when coming to our revenue projections. We want to be very clear and transparent that these are the assumptions that underlie our revenue projections. They are projections, they are not predictions. They're the best assumptions that we have, based on what's out there in terms of planning assumptions. And so for next year, as I stated earlier, 2.3%. And you'll see the COLA trend over time is just wild. It's gone from 13.26% in 22-23 all the way down to what we got this year, 1.07%, and then we're trending around 2 to 3% moving forward, which I would say would be considered normal in terms of COLA. Our annual enrollment decline between 2.2% and 2.7%. We have just over time experienced significant enrollment loss, which I'll talk about in a bit. And these projections are based off of live birth data that is lagged 5 years to project our kindergarten enrollment, as well as how we're retaining our students, the rate in which we're retaining our students as they move from grade to grade. Our attendance rate projections, we're using 91.85%. Let's say before the pandemic, we were trending at 95 to 96%. It dipped precipitously during the pandemic to 89%, and we've gone up. But we had planned on a much more robust rebound in terms of attendance rate. We had attendance rate of 91.5% in 24-25. We had projected higher than that, and we had projected a 1% increase to that in subsequent years. So we've had to bring down our estimates of revenue based off of what we're actually seeing in attendance. Our unduplicated pupil percentage, which is our economically disadvantaged, English language learners, foster and homeless youth populations. This drives our supplemental and concentration grant funding. We're using the percentage of 63.7%. Again, this has gone down. A few years ago, it was 70%. So we'll see that we've got some demographic shifts happening in the area, perhaps affordability, but demographic shifts happening such that the unduplicated pupil percentage is being reduced at a much faster rate than our actual enrollment decline. And here just illustrates our enrollment decline. From a high of 96,000, over 96,000 in 2002, 2003, to next year's enrollment of 61,267. It's about 35%, 33,600 students. And just to put that into context, 33,000 student school district would be considered a very large school district in the state of California. So that just puts our enrollment loss into perspective. And we don't see that enrollment loss abating as the LA County enrollment is projected to continue to decline for at least the next decade. Just on the federal funding side, and this is still being discussed heavily as we just see in the news, the president's proposed budget for 26, it maintains special education funding and Title I funding. but eliminates some entire programs. So Title III, which is included in our budget, language instruction for English language learners, $2.4 million in our budget. Migrant education, approximately $200,000 in our budget, and adult education, approximately $500,000 in our budget. So there's a lot of discussion to be had at the federal level on these programs, but that is what is proposed. We have included these programs in our budget, and once we have more information on what is actually passed in the federal budget, we'll make the adjustments as needed. So that is it for the revenue side. I'm going to pass it over to Margaret to talk about expenditures and ending balances, but I can pause here if there are any questions with respect to revenue. Okay.
Really quick, I just want to make sure that I have the numbers correct. So you're talking about potential funds that are going to be eliminated due to the federal government from Title III, migrant education, and adult education. That totals about 3.5. Did I do that math right?
3.2.
3.2?
Yeah, 3.2.
Okay. Just curious. Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, members of the board, members of the community. I'm here to present the expenses for the 25-26 budget. So 25-26 budget has a total expenditure in the general fund of about 1.3 billion, with personnel costs accounting for 74% of the total. This includes your certificated salaries, your classified salaries, and your the corresponding employee benefits, followed by the services and operating costs of about 18.5 million. This is mostly attributable to professional services contract, which includes special ed related ELOP, after school, home to school transportation, LCAP, and IT related contracts. And then the next pot of where we're spending our money, is the 6.1% in books and supplies. It is important to note that a portion of it, about 12, close to 13 million, is in Title I as a placeholder for their carryover as we plan for how we're going to spend that carryover. Some of the expenditure highlight is the STIRS contribution of 19.1. This remains the same as this year because it's in statute. But unlike STIRS, CalPERS is actually updated depending on CalPERS investment result every year. We have 26.81 projected for 25-26. This is already fixed because the CalSTIRS board have met last March around early April, I think, this year. But it's expected to grow up to 27.8% by 27-28. Our health benefits have increased by approximately 3.5, with average per participant cost of about 27,192 for full-time employees. And then our special ed education annual cost continues to increase by 15 to 20 million a year. In 25-26, we're projecting to have a contribution to special ed of about 166 million, and it's projected to grow a little over 201 to be exact by 27-28. There's no salaries increase assumed in this budget, as the district is still in the process of engaging with our labor partners.
Hey, I'm sorry to cut you off there. I appreciate the percentages and breakdowns per employee. Do you have the aggregate number on what those totals are? Just curious.
Oh, for the total, I do have it. I'm sorry. So for CalSTIRS, it's 135.2 million, and then for CalSPERS, it's 35.3 million. Okay. So this next slide is just a different way of looking at our expenditure budget, and I think this one aligns to how we're running our programs. So about 990 million is reflected in our LCAP plan of action, which will be discussed in succeeding slide. There's a remaining expenditure budget of about 350, which is funded by federal and state categorical program, which includes the 83 million in SELPA plan for special ed. Just on a side note, special ed is actually a 250 million program in the district. 1/3 of it is being paid for by federal and state funding, and then the rest of the program is being paid for out of the LCFF baseline revenue. And then we also have our ELOP and after school, which is our ELOP assumes the governor proposal of us moving from a tier 2 to a tier 1 district. And then it also includes some one-time funding for the Golden State Pathway Program, as well as the remaining arts and music instructional block grant. So this is the ending balance. In 25-26, our general fund unrestricted revenue is projected to be at about 873 million, with total expenditure at 973. This is expenditure and contribution combined. This reflects a deficit spending gap of about 100 million. The second consecutive year where our expenses exceeds our revenue. We're using reserves for 25-26 to cover the shortfall while we're spending between what we're spending and what we're technically bringing in as funding. Oops. There we go. Oops. Okay, there. While deficit spending may be necessary right now, just in order to maintain our essential programs and services, the depletion of the district reserve triggers some concern about our fiscal stability and program sustainability. The growing gap between revenue and expenditure underscore the importance of identifying solution earlier rather than later to restore a balanced budget. So there are various strategies that we could use as a district to address the deficit. One is the district's out-year projection for attendance is an average of 91.85%. Aside from the learning loss, just to put it in context, the estimated revenue loss for every day that a student is absent is about $75 a day. By focusing on increasing student attendance, we could generate more revenues and close part of that deficit gap. This means not just encouraging daily attendance, but also supporting student engagement and addressing barriers that keeps our student from being in the class. Another way of addressing it is program prioritization that aligns to district goal. Given our shrinking resources or limited resources, it's essential to prioritize programs that clearly aligns with our district goals and that are supported by data-driven evidence of need. This involves careful review of all programs to ensure investing in what best supports our student achievement, equity, and well-being. Another strategy is by natural attrition. With enrollment continuing to decline, it's critical that our staffing and resource allocation reflects this trend. We recognize that not all cost decrease is a one-to-one basis with enrollment, but we must ensure that those that are directly tied to it are adjusted accordingly. This may include utilization of natural attrition or reassigning staff in a higher need area. Efficiencies and cost containment. The district continues, I think it's part of our practice, to actively refine our operational processes to identify efficiency and contain costs. We also have been very strategic in use of the one-time funds. That's why the district has been able to build up its reserve across few years. It's because they've been very careful and strategic in where do we use our funds. But we must continue this practice and leverage these funds to ensure that what we create as a program are sustainable and for long term rather than just temporary fixes. And then it's important that we use these funds to actually bridge gaps without creating ongoing commitments. But just to bring us back and center us back to the students, having said all of those a little bit sad facts, the budget continues to be a reflection of the district priorities and goals. It's demonstrate how we're keeping students at the center of every spending decision we make, and the succeeding slide, which would talk about LCAP, would help demonstrate that. Although the district strategically leverages state and federal funds to support key goals in our LCAP, like federal and state programs for English learners, students with disabilities, and foster and homeless youth, 75% of all our budget is actually included in the LCAP plan of action that supports our goals, our district goals. Now I transition my slide to Dr. Salazar, who will provide an update on the LCAP. But before I do that, do you have any questions, or would that come later?
Just one quick one. Repeat that last statement that you said. What percentage?
74% of our total expenditure of like 1.34 is actually listed in our LCAP plan of action.
All right, 1%
Oh, 75.
could be.
Sorry, 75.
75. All right, great. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much,
Yes,
Margaret. Good evening, everyone, and again, good evening to our community that is viewing us this evening. I'm here today to share with you the second draft of the LCAP. Just a reminder, we do have this posted on our webpage. And before I move on, I want to give thanks to the team that has been helping with this process. Of course, to Margaret, who's done such a beautiful job of taking something so complex and really making it chewable, I'll say for my own, for myself, something that's so complex and really making it understandable for many of us. But also to George Tsai, who's also here in the audience behind us, and Carmen Hernandez. But last but not least, I want to give special thanks to, I'll say, someone who's been so supportive and really guiding us through this process that's new to several of us. As a team, is Jim Suarez. Many of you know him, and he has been process. So today I want to share with you draft 2, and because it really helps us emphasize again our continued alignment to many of the seminal work that we have started here within our district, work that has been generated through community feedback, community engagement, and so some of these slides will look very familiar to you, and I think that's purposeful and intentional. Not only for us, but also for our community to know that we are not changing the game plan, we are not changing the playbook. We are sticking with what was a robust engagement activity last year and the years prior. And so we hope that not a whole lot of this presentation will be new to our community, and instead will be just enhancements and how it is that we are refining and bringing our LCAP closer to completion in its final format. So let's talk a little bit again to some of our alignment. And again, there was a whole discussion earlier today around guardrails and board goals. And so we anticipate that this will have some impact on how we create this slide moving forward. But for now, as it is, it's how we progress through the second year of this LCAP. And knowing that our intentional alignment started not this year, but has been a process that we've undergone for a few years now. So we are making sure that our students that we are wanting to target are being supported through all the work that we do across our district. And who we're talking about specifically is our English learners, our students with disabilities, our Black students, our Black African American students, our foster youth. And so we want to make sure that we're building coherence, that we're building equity and accountability more than anything. Again, just a reminder, for our community. And so as we expand on this concept of alignment, we have our 9 LCAP goals. And the first 5 really are aligned to what started a lot of our work in our district around the excellence and equity policy several years ago, has really been guiding us. And so while the first goal is high quality learning for all students, we see how we're intentionally focusing many of our targeted groups with goals 2, 3, 4, and 5. And we presented these last year. I'm sorry, there's a little bit of overlap there with goal 6 being around engagement, goal 7, equitable and liberatory district, 8, transformative change, and 9, really targeting what we call equity multiplier, which is specifically for our two schools, Reed and EPHS, or Educational Partnership High School. But I think the key takeaway as we look at these 9 goals is that it's not just goals that are operating in silos. I hope that it's resonating, and it's almost like we keep hearing about these goals, because it's really bleeding into the rest of our system, and the work is being aligned. And so it's embedded within our system work, and it's guiding our department work, I know personally, and it's also guiding work at the school sites, and it's also guiding, of course, how we are speaking when we are here. And so I want us to take a look a little bit closer at examples of actions, because what is new in the LCAP draft 2 is now that we now have some budgeted allocated to each of these actions. And so what we have here is goal 1, high quality learning for all students, which is goal 1. We see that we have invested a total of $517.2 million, but it encompasses 9 different actions, with the first 3 actions really being funded at about $464 million, which is part of our base, or if you will, the bottom of the triangle that we often refer back to. And this is in reference to people services, instruction, and instruction-related services. But overall, goal 1 actions include continued access to wellness centers, and so you'll see as I click through how they align to some of what our community expressed as priorities, but also more specifically, what are the dollar amounts? What is the allocation in our budget to each of these actions, each of these 9 actions? And so you'll see that wellness centers is a continued action to address high quality learning for all students, but equally library services, psychological services, or mental well-being for our students, ensuring that there's college advisors for our students, dual enrollment, and more importantly, standards aligned curriculum and instructional technology. So those are some of the important actions taking place in goal 1. And then we go on to goal 2, and we will be going through each of the goals this afternoon or evening. But just a reminder to our community that we do have what we call a comprehensive slide deck, that if once you view it in the Google Slides format, we mentioned it last presentation, and it really goes in depth into each of these goals. But today we are here to really highlight the the way each action has been budgeted. Excuse me. So goal 2 is high quality learning for Black student achievement, which dedicates $2.6 million. And it supports Black student achievement through the actions in alignment with not only our excellence and equity policy, but our strategic plan, specifically strategy 4, which is elevating and centering Black students and families. These investments include our Sankofa Saturday Academy and programming, supporting Black student unions, mentorship programs, and again, the celebration of the Center of the Black Student Excellence that had its beautiful ribbon cutting ceremony. But these supports are more importantly focused on improving A through G completion, SBAC performance, and graduation outcomes for our Black students moving into next school year. Goal 3, high quality learning for English learners and what we refer to as LTEL, which is long-term English learners. And our English learner population is always a population that we want to remain focused on. The goal includes $4.6 million in targeted support. And for 25-26 school year, you'll see that these actions include newcomer supports, as well as continued interpretation and translation services, not only for students, but more importantly for our families to be able to access the education of their students. LPAC testing coordinating, which is one way in which we keep accountability to the progress of our EL students. And of course, direct coaching to our school sites through the English learner specialists. So these efforts are to accelerate the language acquisition and the academic achievement of our student population that we refer to as English learners and LTELs. Goal 4, high quality learning for students with disabilities, represents one of our larger investments, as Margaret shared earlier, at the tune of $189 million, which is allocated again for these students that are in need of specific supports. It includes funding for classroom teachers and aides, but also psychologists to be able to do their annuals and their triennials, speech and language services, and student transportation. And as we continue to work, we remain focused on closing gaps and increasing opportunities for all students, but especially in this goal for students with disabilities so they can thrive in every and any classroom setting. Okay, goal 5, high quality learning for homeless and foster youth, with a little bit less than $1 million at $0.8 million. This goal is dedicated to serving foster and homeless youth by including transportation, case management of our students who are experiencing homelessness, making sure that there's access and resources to counseling, and ensuring that we are tracking their academic success and academic progress in many ways. So these students, of course, we know they face unique challenges. And so moving into next school year and in the third year of the LCAP afterwards, we hope to address all their disparity of outcomes through the actions that are in Goal 5, but also a reminder that Goal 1 is also for our students that are foster and homeless youth.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
What percent of our students are homeless foster youth?
Thank you for the question. At this moment, I don't know if someone, Dr. Sosa Valderrama, who's maybe the person that best indicated, but I can share that information with you later. I can get back to you. Okay. So goal 6, around engagement, we have $9.7 million allocated in this towards the efforts and the actions in this goal. And really it's to support engagement strategies in ways so that we can support family engagement, student engagement, district internal and external engagement. As you heard earlier, there was an interim board goal that was mentioned around holding ourselves accountable to board guardrail 2. And so some of these investments will go towards ensuring that we are holding ourselves accountable. So some of the investments as well are to support parent university and communication platform, so that's not just my department. Again, engagement is everyone's work, and engagement is a strategy that allows all other strategies to happen. And so it's not just within the EEP office, but it's across our district where some of these actions will be happening. So we support the foundational belief that families are essential partners in student success, and we do so by acknowledging this through Goal 6. Goal 7, equitable and liberatory district. Goal 7 centers on building an equitable system for our students, and it dedicates $4.2 million to actions within our system that are aligned to our express district and board commitments. And you'll see here that the funding for restorative justice, staffing and materials, expanding arts, and access through music instruction, and a commitment to early learning through TK and Educare are some of the examples. But this budget also supports the human infrastructure through the support of intervention coordinators and support teams at school sites who work daily to shift not only the outcomes for specific students, but really honing in on students that, if you're familiar with the California dashboard, really concentrating on students that are identified as red on our California dashboard. And so actions within Goal 7 address systemic barriers, and we want to be able to foster more inclusive and affirming school environments for our students. I'm going slow and pausing in between in case a question comes up. Goal 8, transformative change, focuses on, again, system-level transformative change. You've heard a lot about all the ways in which we're aligning our work to our Vision 2035, our strategic plan, your goals, and revision of goals to come based on the discussion you had earlier. But our investments include professional development for all staff and continued support for the quality core instruction through curriculum coaching, and growing a number of educators that are pursuing our national board teacher certification, and we congratulate all of them that just went through that process. But it also allocates and recognizes the need for physically maintaining clean and safe schools, as well as making sure that our learning environments are up to date and meeting, the current century. I'll just say that. and Goal 9 is a really specific goal, and it's something that was new to the LCAP document and/or process last year, because it refers to equity multiplier funds. And so in this goal, there are $6.2 million that help address the disparity of outcomes for students that are attending either alternative or continuation schools. And in our case, in our district, that would be Reed and EPHS, or Educational Partnership High School. These allocations fund personalized supports such as wellness centers, which we know exist at all our middle schools and high schools, but they also are available to our students in EPHS and Reed. College advisors, mentorship, technology, and so ensuring that resources meet the needs of the students at these two school sites. And we just want to thank the site leaders from these two site locations for the way in which they've engaged their local community to make sure that the plan is something that is viable and alive within their own school sites, but also taking a look at it and updating it as needed. Oh, thank you. Hot off the press. Okay. So again, this goal really underscores the belief that every student, regardless of their path, deserves a clear and supported route to graduation and post-secondary opportunities. Okay. So with those highlights, and now that we've kind of reviewed what are the allocations from within the budget for each of the goals, I wanted to share just a little bit of information about what will be new and what the community can expect. But before I do that, Ms. Lopez, I just was handed information that you asked for. Homeless students make up 7.7% of our student population, and foster 0.8%. That's according to 2023-2024 data.
Can you repeat those
Sure.
one more time?
Yes. So homeless students, we are reporting that it is at 7.7% of our student population, and foster youth is 0.8%. And again, that's based on 2023-2024 data.
The cautionary tale on that information is that that we would want to provide you with the specific way in that regard how students experiencing homelessness is defined.
Yes.
Because it's defined very specifically. And so as follow-up, we'll provide that additional information.
Thank you for that, Dr. Baker. So what is new in the draft? We will see that that the actions existed before in the first draft, but in this second draft, now they have projected budgets. And so all of each line item, each action has a dollar amount attached to it now, and you can find that when you go to the programs or services in the action sections within the LCAP. So if you're interested in that, you can go to Goal 1, and then you would go to the section that says Actions, and in that section is where you will find each line item and how it's budgeted. The second thing that is new is that the metrics have added, we've added current data. So whereas last year, because it was the year that we developed, the LCAP, it did not have any data other than the baseline data, and some of it is now, all of it is there, but we also have added current, and what you will also find in each of the metrics section for each of the goals is that it does a comparison of the baseline to year one data so that you could see if there's a plus or minus depending on which is the metric. We also see improved services we've added some details to that. And then lastly, we've shared what technical assistance, how it looks in our district. And so for our district, the County Office of Education, or LACO, Los Angeles County Office of Education, in our partnership with core districts is how we are addressing our technical assistance, so that we can take a look at how we're addressing the lowest achieving students that are identified according by the state. And so we provided some description on that. The other thing that is new, or that you'll see, is that we've completed a goal analysis for each of the goals. That means that everyone within our system that is close to the work of each of the actions was able to provide a reflection, if you will, to include what might be some changes for next year. So it includes an overall description of the implementation. Did we implement the actions as needed or as we said we would? What were some of the expenditures? Were we effective or not? To include challenges, but then more importantly, so moving forward into year 2, what would be some of the things that we can expect to see. And so again, thank you to everyone that contributed to that section. Oh, went back too far. Okay, let me go here. So we have some resources based for draft 2, and again, I said it earlier, but we do have a comprehensive slide deck for our first draft, and we will update that slide deck so that we now have the line items that we now have, because I know our public is interested to know what is the budget allocation. Tonight's slide deck will also be posted for our community so that they can see it as well. But more importantly, we want feedback. This is an opportunity for our community to give us feedback, and there is a Google form on our webpage. What is the webpage, you ask? It is www.lbschools.net/LCAP. And we hope that everyone that is interested in providing feedback does so. In addition to posting it on our webpage, we also, yesterday actually, we went to DLAC and we shared with them the second draft, and we are getting their feedback. Tomorrow we go to DCAC and we will receive their feedback, because one of the things we are required to do so is provide a response to the feedback we get from our compliance groups. Okay. So what's next for us is our LCAP process has followed a very clear arc across these 3 phases, right? From gathering community voices in phase 1 to developing our first draft, and now we're in this final phase 3, where we're inching closer to a finalized version of the LCAP. And we still are asking once again, some feedback from our community. This timeline reflects not just compliance, but also our commitment to engaging stakeholders early and throughout this process, and incorporating their input into a responsive and dynamic plan. And so the LCAP and the budget, we hope will be agendized for the next board meeting on the 18th. And just some final thank yous to everyone within our community, families, staff, students, and community partners for their engagement with us throughout this process. This work is a collective effort. And as we remain committed to partnering with you to deliver on the promise of excellence and equity for all students. And so I will pause for any questions regarding the LCAP.
I have, well, first of all, thank you for everything.
Thank you.
We know that as a representative of the work being done, it's, the two of you facing the group, but we know there are many that stand behind you who have been responsible for this. I want to talk about the feedback opportunity a little bit. This evening, we heard from a community member who mentioned that we may not be asking the questions on the survey that they want asked. And so I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for community members to let us know what questions they'd like to be asked on a survey.
So yes, there's always an opportunity to not only take input outside of the survey, we will always accept any feedback on the LCAP, we accept all of it. And I would love to engage with, I won't mention names, but I would love to engage with folks that shared that during public comment to ask, so what are some of the questions? Because we always leave something open, like an open comment, like anything else you want to share with us, with the intent that that's a space or a survey item for them to share anything that they feel we did not ask, and give them the opportunity to do so. But yes, I'm always open to engaging and collaborating on how to make that a better process for them.
Thank you. Ms. Lopez.
On goal 9, I know that during COVID, hotspots were distributed to students who needed them.
Yes.
And that's actually on here as well, the technology updates, which included the hotspots tech for students without access to Wi-Fi. Are those available now for students who may need them, K to 12?
Go ahead.
Do you want me to jump in? I can answer that question. So we did something a little bit different this year for EPHS. We tried something new. The hotspots that we did back in the pandemic were kind of problematic. They're difficult to use. They're clunky. There's too many moving parts. They got lost and things like that. So what we tried this year was a little bit different. We tried cellular-enabled Chromebooks. So the hotspot's basically built into the device. So, you know, and also, you know, the student can use the device on campus or off campus. And I think what's different about EPHS is that, you know, those students have a different instructional model. They're not there every day. So they take some of their courses on campus, they take some of their courses at home, remotely off-site. And so I think we piloted a small number of those cellular-enabled Chromebooks for students, really just to get them in their hands and get some experience for how they help support their instructional needs. But we didn't really go full scale yet on that. So it's something that we're learning this year, and we may decide to do a little bit more or scale it up perhaps in future years.
To make them available and accessible to students who need them.
Correct, out beyond that one school.
Okay, and, but right now, this one school has them available and accessible to them?
Correct.
To anyone who needs it there?
There was a number that we started with, so I don't know if how exactly the school has distributed them or whether they have additional devices yet to distribute. But the other, and I think that when you asked the question earlier, I think the other use case that we're thinking about potentially in the future are the homeless students.
Yeah. Well, first off, thank you for the presentation. And as you were talking, I couldn't help myself. I had to go onto the website and take a peek here. Age-old Ronald Reagan saying, what is it, trust but verify. No, I'm kidding. No, it's definitely appreciative to take a peek at the website here. And I think that it's very easy and accessible, so kudos on that. I think the piece that I was looking for more than anything, and it's been a conversation that we've had as a board, is making things easy and accessible, right? Also making sure that we are transparent in our communication. To that, I think that with clear communication styles and clear community outreach, we can get as much feedback as possible so that we can get as many voices as possible to help us design the most ideal district. I share that to say when it comes to I know that we're in phase 2, technically, or out of phase 2 into phase 3?
We're technically in phase 3.
Okay. Understanding that, then that means that we would be pretty much out of the thought exchange results. I'm just curious on some of those statistics, like how many interactions, how many folks have we communicated with?
So without going into my last presentation, where we did share some of that information, our thought exchange, I remember a highlight sharing that we shared with the board was, we were very proud of the fact that every school was represented in the thought exchange. And so, for example, that has not been the case in years past. And we've been using thought exchange, I'd say now, this might be our 3rd year, if not maybe our 4th. And so I think a lot of that is as a result of being consistent with our community, knowing that, you know, having this asset-based lens of they can use the technology. It's just a matter of being there with them and or having them also have faith in our system that we will guide them through what this navigation of thought exchange will be like. And less we hear from our community that this is not a good platform. There's actually very little, and I'll say in my experience with our community right now, not to say that it's perfect, it's not, you know, there's probably still some challenges, but we have engaged with thought exchange in all our settings. I'm talking about not just LCAP, but also at school sites. We've enabled our parent community facilitators to use thought exchange as well, and in our parent university sessions as well. And so because I think it's so prevalent now in the ways in which we're trying to gather data from parents, that they're not experiencing as many hardships. But back to your point about, do I have the statistics on how many of those used it? We did have over 2,000 participants, but that equates to about 35 or so thousand thoughts that were shared and or rated. And so that means that one person was able to share more than one thought and was definitely able to rate more than one thought.
Okay. So I want to make sure that we have that on record. So we've had over at least 35,000 inputs
Yes.
on
Yes. Let me give you the
Some
number.
form of the budgeting process.
Correct.
All right.
Yes.
All right. The reason why I asked that question is I know that there's been a number of community conversations about community involvement in this process in regards to resources, not only making sure that they're equitable. Heck, we even have that same language in our guardrails as a board. I think that it is important, at least to me, that we not only quantify those values, but share those values publicly in regards to what they are tangibly are as a district. And so to hear that we've had 35,000 inputs. I wanna
Actually, it's
make sure-
36,000.
36,000 inputs. I think that is awesome to hear, but it wouldn't be me if I didn't challenge us for more. And for more input and for more communication, as I'm sure that there's a good portion of those that, I think I remember the statistics now, that a good portion of them were students and people who worked inside of the district, but making sure that we have representation of our parents and our neighbors, and heck, I'd even like input of those that don't even have kids in the district, as I think that everybody's influenced by our work here, and so I think that it's just important that we continue to keep the lines of communication open in regards to what we're doing and how we're doing it as a district.
So, yes, and just to remind everyone here, 74% of those that participated were parents.
Yeah.
21% were students.
Okay, great. That's great. Appreciate that.
Any other comments or questions?
No, I just want to thank you for your presentation.
I'm sorry, I didn't get to the second part. I'm sorry.
sorry
And
about
the
that.
second piece was this packet. I think that it was very helpful for me. And for me, I'm going to speak from an Eric Miller perspective. Though I obviously went onto the website and saw the breakdown of the line items per objectives, because I'm just such a visual guy, I think I remember that was like one of our first conversations, Joe, where I was talking about like using tools like infographics and diagrams to tell stories. In all honesty, the information is clearly laid out on the website, perfect, but this tells a story. And so I think that those that are highly interested can obviously use both pieces of information, but I was very appreciative of the storytelling piece that was laid out in this package, so great job.
Thank you.
Well, I'll just take us back to goal 1. I know that's going back quite a ways, but I thought I heard you mention dual enrollment somewhere, and I'm not sure where that is represented, and I thought it was goal 1. I could be mistaken.
So, sorry, yes. So in looking at goal 1, a lot of the idea for dual enrollment, and I believe that is where I mentioned it. Let me just review my notes. So goal 1 does, I don't think it's here in goal 1. Let me just double check. I did mention in goal 1, so sorry. It's just kind of an overarching. It's not specifically called out as one of the actions, but it's through some of the work that's happening. For example, in 1.8, in some of the and I say 1.8 to mean. Let me go back for our community's sake. And did you want to say more?
I mean, I think the specific to dual enrollment, it would be throughout. So our counselors have a role in helping our students to take dual enrollment courses. The coordinators, the pathway coordinators, college career specialists, all of these staff that are at our high schools are supporting our students' enrollment in AP courses, enrollment in dual enrollment courses. So it's not a specific person just for that, but that would be work that is supported by all the folks that are listed. Many of the folks are listed in goal 1.
Oh,
I can just add on one piece to that. We do have that large grant from the state as well supporting dual enrollment, which lives outside of the LCAP, and we actually do fund full-time dual enrollment counselors at our comprehensive high schools, and then 2 additional counselors to support our small high schools.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Yes. I think Mr. Miller has more on the budget, maybe.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that once we concluded the LCAP conversation, that I could move back to the budget conversations that Margaret was bringing up here. And so my comments or questions maybe are more for Jill than it is for the larger team here. And I'm going to use probably overly primitive example, but I want to make it plain here. So I can imagine in my household, if I had a situation where I recognized that I was spending more than I was bringing in, very similar to what the district is doing, there have been times where you would sit back and say, okay, what are we going to do? We are going to cut spending in certain areas, like, we're not going on vacation this summer, so on and so forth. But even after some of those tough decisions, you'll probably recognize that I'm still going to have to do something. And there's a situation where you're going to have to take on potentially a second job. It'll be a part-time job. It'll be some form of additional revenue to your household to help make ends meet. And as I look at the breakdown, I was looking for the exact page. Once again, this is very primitive, probably overly primitive, where we talked about 5 different strategies, right, on how to reconcile our budget. 23. Thank you. There it is. Yep, thank you. One was one strategy on how to bring in more funds, right? And once again, I couldn't help but think about the 50,000-foot large percentages. You could probably tell my personality very quickly that's all I want. That's what I'm really invested in, right? And so I heard that we had the goal of 95% student attendance, but we had 91. There's a difference about 4% there. I was curious about what that revenue percentage was, but even in my head, I still was like, I know that that's not going to be enough to help make up the large deficit balance that we have. And so I think about additional revenue streams that we can bring into the district, and I don't know, or maybe I'm asking the wrong question. Are there additional revenue streams, right? What can we do to improve some of those larger deficit spending issues?
That's a very optimistic question. We are not a business in that way where we think about fundraising to increase our budget. So improving attendance is a significant way for us to improve our revenue, and it is one of the only ways,
really,
especially in the economy and what you heard Ms. Takahashi speak to. Margaret addressed in this slide these areas. These are not areas that we are waiting to utilize in terms of addressing a deficit.
Right.
So we have been in some planned deficit spending. When you saw the large ending balance, that was accelerated for a number of reasons that were in service to our students, but these strategies are currently being used in different ways, and so we will summer or early in fall be back to the board with a more comprehensive opportunity to talk about how we are currently using these strategies, and we will be making significant reductions next year to address the budget shortfall that you see. It is one thing to talk about a decline that you can manage. It's another to see the steeper decline happen with no improvement to attendance, despite, and I want to acknowledge, despite significant efforts by school staff, teachers and counselors and principals in particular, who worked hard at their attendance issues to get their lunch applications in that keeps the free and reduced percentage as high as it is. Even it takes a lot of work. So I want to acknowledge that, and it's not enough to get us out of deficit spending. So we will be in each of these 5 areas plus some additional areas, be back to you with a significant plan for reduction.
Got it.
So do you want to say anything more specific than that?
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. And obviously that this is maybe the start of a larger, very tougher conversation, but I do think that it's a great way to continue to open the eyes of the public and to hear that publicly. I obviously want to come at this from a very optimistic perspective because that's what I am, but in the same token, the previous principles on how we go about supporting our district are what they are. And so
I will add, Eric, just that we are actively through our ledge advocacy at the state level, through the Council of Great City Schools, through board members' participation with CSBA. We are actively engaging at the legislative level and federal level around our interest in no cuts to education. At some point, you heard Ms. Takahashi talk about a $12 billion issue at the state level. We're working to protect education as much as possible, but someone loses in that scenario. And often it is most marginalized people or families or students. And so in some way, we will be impacted by that, even if it's not a direct cut to education. In addition, what's happening federally, you heard, that's millions of dollars, and that is not millions of dollars that we can add to a general fund budget. If we take significant multi-million-dollar cuts because of what's happening federally, those programs will have to stop. They won't be something that in deficit spending that we can continue to pick up more and more programs like we were able to do for different reasons during the pandemic with COVID relief funding.
Right.
So we're in a very different time, and frankly, a very scary time economically when we see the intersections of federal and state policy and what's happening.
Right. And earlier I used that anecdote of how a family would help balance their budget. I wanted people to also hear, the families that are listening, that we too are going to have to do some of those tough decisions. And so I just appreciate you helping us talk through this. So thanks again for this presentation. I thought it was very helpful and very clear. I'm going to tease a little bit as that my inner architect kicked in as I saw floor plans in the very background of the I was like, are they speaking to me? No, I'm kidding. No, I appreciate you. This is great. Thank you.
You know, it seems to me, Dr. Baker, that one of the things you mentioned was our families who sign up on the free and reduced lunch type of thing. And I think one of the complications is that because of the climate, you know, coming out of Washington, where we have so many of our families afraid to participate in any type of official capacity where they're filling out paperwork or you know, that type of thing, that there's a certain level of fear and suspicion, and we're at a time where we want to encourage more families to fill out that paperwork, submit the paperwork so that we can provide for the students. And we have that challenge of the climate of fear and everything that we're having to fight. And so in a time where we need more participation, we may be facing less because of the very things that are threatening our financial stability. So it's yes, incredibly difficult times. So I too will thank you for the presentation and for keeping it as upbeat as possible, because it is a very daunting, I guess just a very daunting situation overall, that we are facing some very hard times with this budget. And we, you know, with our board goals, with our you know, our efforts, with our, you know, Vision 2035, with our strategic planning, everything the district does is to support our students. And when we see these numbers, we know that it's just going to be that much more of a challenge to do so. And so it's quite the effort that you have put forward to, you know, kind of ground us in reality, but also we need to keep dreaming, we need to keep innovating, because our students rely on us. But thank you very much. And so, Mr. Otto, you have something?
Yeah, I will be very brief. Congratulations on, I think, a very, very good job done on presenting where it is that we are. And yeah, it's uncomfortable, but wait till next year. I mean, my strong feeling is that this isn't the worst of it. This is, in fact, the camel's nose under the tent, or I don't know how you want to put it, but we face the possibilities of layoffs, of closing schools with the trends that we're seeing, and I don't know what's going to happen, but we're in a relatively good position right now based on all the work that's being done, and we'll see.
We are going to take a break before we go on to the next staff report. So if everybody could reconvene at 7:40, that gives us a little more than 10 minutes. We will reconvene at that time.
Okay, are you guys ready? Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. We still have a bit of an agenda to get to, so we're going to jump right back in. So we will start with our staff report 16.2, the board goals and June data monitoring update. And so I will turn it over to Dr. Madrigal.
Good evening, Board President, board members, Superintendent Dr. Baker, senior team members, and our LBUSD community. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a data monitoring update on Board Goal 1 and 2. Additionally, I'd like to thank the research and student outcomes team for their contribution to our presentation this evening. This evening, our focus is on Board Goal 1, reading proficiency, and Goal 2, reading acceleration. The data available for review for Board Goals 1 and 2 come from our Foundational Reading Skills Assessment, or FIRSA for short, specifically Cycle 2, and our iReady Diagnostic 3 data, which both of those assessments took place in the month of March. So let's begin with our first goal, Goal 1, reading proficiency, which states the percentage of grade 3 students who meet or exceed grade level standards on the state English Language Arts SBAC assessment will grow from 48% in June 2023 to 70% by June 2028. We look at English Language Arts SBAC results, which are available each summer, and our students in third grade take SBAC for the first time. Our leading indicators, which will drive our discussion this evening, are Foundational Reading Skills Assessment, FIRSA, and our iReady reading placement. And as a reminder, the leading indicators are to be predictive, and they're available more than one time a year. And for Board Goal 1, reading proficiency, we do have a target cohort. And our target cohort are students who will be in grade 3 in the 2027-2028 school year. So we're actually talking about our current kindergartners that will be in third grade. And the target goal for them is that they will have a 70% met and or exceeded on SBAC. So let's dive into the data. So for our leading indicator, FIRSA, we saw that in that second cycle of FIRSA, grade 2 continued to increase by having 5% more students on track, growing to 59%. Grade 1 grew 2% and stayed on the on-track rate. Kinder decreased by 1%. However, more than 50% of our students in Kinder were on track on FIRSA. And we also want to highlight that our test completion rates increased again this year by 97%, meaning that 97% of our K through second grade students tested. And that's approximately over 12,000 students. For Goal 1, reading proficiency, we also want to look at our other leading indicator, which is our iReady proficient or iReady placement. So let's take a look at Diagnostic 3, the percentages. So let's look at how did our students do this year compared to last year. So for Diagnostic 3, the percentage of students that were early on to mid above grade level were very similar to last year. Although we had a percentage, a 1 to 2% decrease in our grades, we want to keep in mind that this is actually the second year that we administer iReady in the month of March. Last year, when we looked at the same data set, we were looking at March data compared to the previous year where that administration took place at the end of the year. So we always want to look at comparing data sets that are available at the same time. So this is our year 2. So something for us to consider, more of a question to hold on to as we look forward to later in the summer, early fall, when we provide the board a summative report, is we want to look at how our students did in Diagnostic 3 in March, and how did our third graders do on the SBAC. So that will be part of our analysis that we do in research, to do that comparison and bring that back to the board in our summative reporting. So I am going to pause here before we move to Board Goal 2 if there are any questions or reflections you may have.
Well, I guess I'll start out. Let me see. So when we see a slight decrease in the numbers, how do we determine possible causes for that?
When we see the decrease, there's varying factors that contribute to that. We have to take in mind the N size, or the number of students that took the test. Did that have an impact on the actual percentage? Sometimes it might have to do with a particular domain within iReady. So we'd really have to dig into which of the domains did we see a slight change. The previous year, maybe we had a higher percentage in one domain versus another. So there's varying factors in regards to what contributes to a slight decrease. When we see a slight decrease of 1 to 2%, we do look at that data, but it's not for us, it's just one data point. And I'll keep reminding the board that we have other common assessments in our district, that's where we have to look at what else can we look at to determine, is this something that we have to be very concerned about because we're seeing a decrease, or is this more related to the number of students that took it during this diagnostic assessment?
Thank you.
Something else that's kind of interesting to your question, Ms. Craighead. So when we look at first graders, for example, from one year to the next, they're different groups of students. But when you look at last year's first graders, 53% of them were on or above, or early or on or mid or above. But now in second grade, 55% of them. So you look at that cohort going down diagonally, 55% of those who were first graders last year in second grade, 55% of them are early on. Last year's second graders, 56%. This year's third graders, 61%. So it's not just looking at the same grade level, it's actually looking at the cohort going down. And we can get much more like nerded out on all of it, but I guess the short answer is it's not as simple as just looking straight across and making a broad decision about what's going on. There's a lot of other factors we look at.
I prefer looking at the cohort because those numbers show improvement. How's that?
And I also want to add something else to that data set. Keep in mind, in March, 70% of our instructional weeks have occurred, which makes a big difference. That is really my reference to let's look at our SBAC data later in the summer to see, once our students completed the whole year, how did our third graders, for example, do on perform on the SBAC. So keep in mind, these are March data points. 70% of instructional weeks have occurred. So kids were still learning after that. I'm going to go ahead and move us to board goal 2 if we're ready to move on. So board goal 2 is our reading acceleration goal, which states that the percentage of students in grade 4 through 8 scoring at the not met achievement level in the prior year who meet the scale score growth target on the state SBAC English Language Arts Assessment will increase from 28% in June 2023 to 60% in June 2028. And our leading indicator is our iReady reading growth for students who scored not met on SBAC the prior year. So let's look at the data set. So again, just a reminder to the board and our community that we're specifically looking at students from last year, meaning when you look at that third grade as an example, third grade last year, but currently fourth graders. So when we look at the data, we had about approximately 6,693 students who, across the 5 grade levels, fell into that not met. Also, something important to note about the not met is that every year we may have different students that are in that not met. Some students may move out, some students may have been in the not met 2 years and now they're back, or we see a lot of movement. And so that's something to think about, that it's not the same group of students. Could be some, but you may have additional students that either moved or moved out of that not met. So now we're gonna go ahead and look at iReady diagnostic regrowth from prior years SBAC not met students. So of the students who scored not met on the prior year's SBAC, 25% met growth targets on Diagnostic 3 this year. This compares to 26% last year and 15% in the 2022-2023 school year. So I'm going to pause there for you to take a moment and just look across the data points the past 3 years. So something I want to share also with the board is that grade 4 had the highest percentage of students meeting growth targets again this year. That was similar to last year. As well as something to call out is that our 8th grade maintained a large increase with 26% of their students meeting their growth targets, and grade 5 increased at 2%. So these were when we look at our 5th graders, our current 5th graders, these were our 4th graders last year, and in looking at last year's 4th graders, we had a higher percentage of those 4th graders that fell into that not met. So seeing that they had some growth on the iReady Diagnostic 3 this March is positive.
Yeah. Dr. Madrigal, can you do a quick 3-sentence explanation of the term growth targets? We were having a conversation about this earlier and how it fluctuates and how it can be maybe a little confusing to the larger public. Do you mind sharing? Do you mind just giving a little bit more context and why it's important to these larger statistics?
So specifically to this goal, we're talking about, when we were talking about growth target, we're talking about our students that did not meet. So we look at individually, like what would we want them to make in terms of their growth, where they're at every year. So their growth target is going to help us determine, for example, in this case with our iReady, it's going to determine like where they started, are they making the growth needed? And when we look at not met students, we're not only looking just like at Diagnostic 3, we're looking at the growth they're making in Diagnostic 2. Diagnostic 1, I always say, is like it's at the beginning of the year, it's that baseline, but from Diagnostic 2 to 3, we should be seeing growth in each of those diagnostics for our not met students. So that's my very simple explanation. If anyone else wants to add in.
We were having a good discussion when we were talking about interims, and trying to simplify it down to describe if a student is below grade level. If they make a year's growth, they're still below grade level. And so that stretching or growing beyond that is a way that statistically we describe acceleration. And we were trying to put it back in like, is it a percentage? Is it a number? We were talking about the complexity of the way the scores are, and it differs by grade level. So more complex than you could imagine, but in its simple way, like the catching up or the acceleration that's described in that figure. It was a good conversation.
Yeah, I think that for not just the board, but for the greater public that are going to hold us all accountable to these targets that we set, is having firm understandings of what these definitions are. And when we hear the term growth targets, I think that there can be some perceptions created. And so we just wanted to be I wanted to be very clear that it was connected to reading acceleration, not just the gradual progression of going from a 4th grade reading level to a 5th grade reading level. No, it is the acceleration and where they should be, and how do we get there, and how do we shrink that?
Absolutely.
Percentage.
And to Dr. Baker's point, that is definitely a conversation, even internally, that we have regarding what should we prioritize, how should we explain growth versus stretch. And it is something that in research we've explored different ways to communicate. Internally we can explain it, but we always think about when parents receive or caregivers receive the report, what are the ways that we can help bridge the understanding, not only in English, but our parents or caregivers that speak English as a second language. So absolutely, there is more work for us to do in terms of informing and providing. And I think with the alignment of our board goals and guardrails, that is the work that's going to come alongside It's not just giving the board goals and stating them, but it's also in partnership, providing information so that we understand as a community, like, what does that mean for my individual child or children? And I believe that that is the last data slide, so I will pause for any additional questions you may have for myself or any staff member.
I'll also make note, bringing forward our conversation from this afternoon, that this version of a board report will be going away. So enjoy it while you can, because the new version of a board monitoring report for acceptance in the future will look different. And I want to thank Dr. Madrigal and her team for all that they've done, first of all, for this year's monitoring reports, and also to imagine something different that is, as is prescribed in the student outcome focused governance approach, being really true to that, and simplifying things so that anyone who wants access to them can read them, can look at them. I took a couple of the takeaways from this afternoon was even just, Mr. Miller likes to talk about the acronyms that we use, but I was thinking about the displays on the website and what would it look like to have something that you could click on and see, you know, what are the foundational reading skills assessments and the other things that we talk about in a lot of education-y, so.
Yeah. I will say this, as we say bye-bye to this monitoring report, I understand the amount of work that it had to go into it. I can remember some of our earlier conversations about concerns about having a truly defined cohort, about having truly defined metrics, having properly timed testing, and I think that a lot of those initial growing pains are something of the past, and now we will have something that will firmly help us hold ourselves accountable as a district and hold ourselves accountable to the goals that we set moving forward. And so I just wanted to applaud you in helping us get to this point, though this is very appreciative, and I think that it gives us a great snapshot of this point in time. Looking forward to the consistency of the new monitoring, our new tracker in which we'll be using moving forward for months to come.
And I can't leave without just mentioning this, that there's been a lot of collaboration, and Dr. Baker helped me remind myself right now of the work that we've been working collaboratively with OCIPD in regards to having a progress monitoring, public-facing report or more visual for our parents, where it really is going to encompass a better understanding of the assessments that we list there, who takes the assessment, and what are we assessing. So more to come, that we are scheduled to have that available to our public in the month of August. So we're very excited about that, because that is also in alignment to the work that we're doing and that we discussed this afternoon. So more to come on that.
Well, I appreciate the fact that we're constantly learning and that we have expectations for ourselves as much as we have expectations for our teachers and students and families. So I appreciate the fact that you are leading us through this process, and I hope that we can live up to the expectations and continue to learn and grow. And so unless there are any other questions, or you do, yes?
And I won't ask this question again, but so for comparable districts, meaning demographically, do other people do this differently at all? How do they measure themselves? I mean, I remember not too long ago when we thought we'd achieved nirvana because we got iReady, and now we were going to get data within months of when the tests were done, and we thought, this is great, this will be the answer, and there's something new every year. But I sometimes when I'm trying to understand all this, which isn't always that I have trouble, I think there's got to be ways and you just look for what others are doing, and that we have confidence in.
I was just going to say one thing in comment to your question or your comment. we're constantly asking ourselves, what is the fewest number of assessments that we can ask our students to take that will give us the most actionable information? You may also recall several years ago, we were at a place in our district where we made very large decisions based on one assessment that determined whether a student would be retained or not, promote or not. And we wanted to move to more of a multiple measure approach. So we want multiple measures, we want multiple ways of determining student ability, success, but we also don't want to over-assess. And so annually, that is a process that we go through, and we say, what is the fewest number of assessments that we can ask students to take, ask teachers to administer, but that will give us the information that helps us to make decisions about what students need, to make decisions about if our schools are on track. It will be ever-changing, not in large swings, but we're going to always fine-tune and tweak that, because we want to get it as right as possible as we continue to learn our way into the best way to monitor our student success towards the board goals.
Well, and I think not that far in the past, we used to say, well, not us, but they used to say, well, we had X percentage of our kids who went to college, or we had, they went to these colleges, or something like that, and all that stuff's gone, rightfully so. But I'm just curious. This is an enormous amount of work, and it's getting better and better and better. The question is, are there alternatives, alternative methodology? I don't know.
I would say that as an alternative to looking to what other districts do, we determine what's best for our district and what's best for our students. And so I appreciate that process. And, you know, maybe we look at what other assessments are available, but I don't see what other districts do as being, you know, terribly relevant to the work that our district is doing. So I think I view it maybe a little bit different. I don't know.
We do participate in a number of really important learning networks for us. That includes the Aspen Education Institute. That includes core districts. The contract that you approved tonight supports Dr. Madrigal and her team, among others, in looking at data and creating new ways to look at data that help our teachers to really, you know, have something that they can use in their classrooms. So we are out there learning. The Council of Great City Schools, a number of us participate in those networks, and so it is a constant learning cycle. I think of Brian has been in a number of districts as chief academic officer, looking at the processes and protocols related to data, connected to performance accountability for principals. So I mean, we are learners in this space, and we are learners, and we are often asked to share. This team does innovative work each and every day that builds on what we do know, thinking about, for example, you were out in schools looking at a different way that you were led and looking at the board goals from a student's perspective and hearing their voice related to math. That is something that will be shared, has already been asked to be shared out across the country. So we have elements of innovation and elements where we'll go and say, looks like another district is doing it this way, that we might adapt something. So yes, but trying to be our best selves for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I think we're ready to invite Mr. Strumpfer so that we can have a discussion on Board Bylaws 9020 and 9021. So welcome, Mr. Strumpfer. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, Dr. Baker, senior staff. Tonight we are discussing and voting on proposed bylaws 9020 and 9021. These two bylaws actually originate from the current bylaw 9020, and they are split into two just for cleaner and to be more understanding and be better organized. 9020 is on meeting conduct, and 9021 is on order of business. We can start with Board Bylaw 9020, meeting conduct. The proposed bylaw is separated into 4 parts. 1, meeting procedures. 2, quorum and abstentions. 3, public participation. And 4, recording by the public. If we look at, try try to, oh, here we go, great. I'm going to try to do two things at once here. So in Board Bylaw 9020, if you'll look at the edits that have been proposed, you'll note that Robert's Rules of Order at one point was to be relied on, and now we're going to use it as a guidance, which is what we do now. Robert's Rules of Order is something that's very formal, and if you're going to actually follow it as a bylaw, I actually think it takes away from, and Mr. Otto is shaking his head yes, it takes away from board power and the ability for the board to actually have open discussion. So I think guidance is a good word there to use. If you look further down, there was with AJ and Greg's group, there was talk of shall be adjourned meetings by 9 o'clock. I think the idea behind this is for public participation. You don't want to be here till 11 o'clock at night. That's nothing to do with me being here till 11 o'clock at night. The problem with such language of being shall is obvious. It's like, you know, it depends on what you have going on, and there's nights when we go past 9, there's a reason we're going past 9 o'clock. So, yeah, which is my bedtime, correlates. The idea behind the new language was to at least recognize that the board probably does their best work before 9 p.m. and the public probably prefers to hear the board meetings before 9 o'clock at night. So an effort will be made by the board to adjourn regular board meetings by 9 p.m. is the new language that stands. There was some language in the original bylaw, proposed bylaw, that involved having rounds of questions and having time limits on board members. That was unpopular amongst you. And I think that limitation could work with some boards, but doesn't work with this board. So you can see that that's stricken. And then the rest of it pretty much stays as is. If you look down, we do codify a rule that we put in motion under Dr. Benitez's request, which is under public participation. We actually have language now that the board will provide a non-English speaker using a translator 3 full minutes to speak, and this will not be limited by extra time that may be needed by the translator. Dr. Benitez's concern, and others of you have mentioned this too, is if you just use what the Brown Act rule is, you double the time to 6 minutes. But if you have a translator that's maybe going a little slow or is struggling a little bit with the translation, your speaker may only end up with 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes, and the translation's taking 3.5 or 4 minutes, and they lose time. So what this does is it guarantees a speaker, no matter what language, 3 full minutes to be able to speak. The other question that I throw out to the board, which is something that has come up that I talked to a number of you about, is under number 4 of the public participation, the second paragraph. We have right now the total time allowed for public comment will be no more than 30 minutes unless a majority of the board present vote to increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation. I do want to note that, you know, my 3 years of experience with this board, anytime we've had more speakers than 10, there's always been a vote, and it's always been approved to extend time. So I think it's a fair question for you to consider. Do you still want to keep this in your bylaw? Do you want to expand it? I think it's a good idea to have a time set, a maximum time set, because you never know going in the future. If you've got 75 people out here, there may be a time when you want to say, we can't be here till midnight doing public comment. So we do need to have some kind of time limit. But I suggest maybe look at extending it to 45 minutes or maybe to 60 minutes, just so every time it happens, you're not doing what you did tonight, which is to do a quick vote and you approve it and you move on. So you can consider that. The other option is just to continue to do what you've been doing, which is when it happens, you just vote to approve and it moves on. And
So,
Yeah.
do you mind if I give my
Please.
comments on that piece?
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm here for you guys, so I don't mean.
So, first I want to talk about the two principles that we're discussing here, right? As a board, we understand that public engagement, public comments, their opportunity to speak to us directly while we're here with the rest of the admin team often feels advantageous to the community, and if that is the feeling, then I can empathize and understand that why there are large showings. Obviously, there are other mediums in which people can communicate with us and or communicate with the admin team to share grievances or share concerns, et cetera, et cetera. To that, one of the things that we've seen, like Wayne has shared over at least my tenure as well, is that we set this 30-minute, I'm going to call it a 30-minute diet, and nobody's abiding by it, in the sense that we as a board have consistently gone back and extended public comment time for multiple reasons. All things considered, I'm going to jokingly keep using this diet term, and I'm going to say, if we're not going to abide by the diet, then let's just get off of the diet, right? In the sense that let's extend the time permanently so that it is in our bylaws, and we don't have to consistently go back and request a vote, even if it is, I would prefer, this is just my suggestion, and we can have a discussion about it, something substantial to the point of 1 hour. Now, I say 1 hour, understanding the impact that that can have on our board meetings. More importantly, you all know how much I love points and scores, and that can mess up our scoring system when it comes to the efficiency of our board meetings. It still doesn't change the fact that we have a culture as Long Beach of using the board meetings to engage with board members and admin team alike, and understanding and empathizing with that culture. I think we should appease it so that we don't have to consistently go back and make the changes. But what I do like about giving even that additional 30 minutes, now we're saying, hey, we're giving a whole hour, even potentially up to 2 when we're talking about agenda and non-agenda items. If we ask for an extension past 2 hours from public comment, it's like, what are we doing, right? Because now we're really impacting the ability to get to the business that is the board. But I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the culture that we know we have within our system, within our city, and I think that we should just respect it, put it in our board bylaws as a firm extension from 30 minutes to an hour. And if this is going to be our new diet, then we got to abide by it. And yeah.
Well, okay.
I'll give you another reason for it, and that is that this vote to extend is, it really makes me angry, because one person makes the motion, everybody else feels that they have to go along with it, because then they're going to look undemocratic or something. And so I agree with you that there should be a limit. The question is, what should it be? I agree it should be in the bylaws so that we don't have to worry about it and raise ancillary problems that nobody else except people up here appreciate. And I think an hour is not only adequate, but it's on the verge of being too much. But I think 45 minutes is too short. So I was willing to compromise on 51 minutes and 30 seconds. I like the idea of an hour.
I would suggest that instead of extending time, which takes away from the efficiency of the meeting, and we have to remember, this is the business of the district. This is the business of the board. I appreciate hearing from the community, and I would suggest, instead of extending the time in our bylaws, that we include something to the effect of, if we have more than 10 speakers on either items on the agenda, items not on the agenda, we can vote to limit the speakers to 2 minutes each instead of the 3 minutes, because whatever can be said in 3 minutes can be said in 2 minutes with a little bit more efficiency. And it's not that I don't want to hear from people, it's that I want to hear from more people that fit into the confines of our meeting. And so I think that there are other ways we can accommodate more people without necessarily extending the time. And so I would like to see in the bylaws something about giving us that option of maybe not voting to extend time, but if we have 20 speakers on any given issue, that we have the option of saying, we'll go to 2 minutes. Everybody has 2 minutes. Thoughts on that one?
Disagree. For a number of reasons. One, I'm going to use a community perspective, not a board member perspective. If I show up to the board meeting, I've written a 3-minute speech. I have planned to write a 3-minute speech. And then because there's a group of folks that are just as passionate about the same topic as I am, you want me to cut my speech? I just don't feel, once again, I'm speaking as a community member, not as a board member. I just feel that that would be unfair to me, and I respectfully would want to keep the exact time allotment that was in the board bylaws from the beginning. And so for me, I don't think that it's fair to the community for them to have to fluctuate on what information, what they can and won't say. Like I said, I'm only speaking in support of this change for the reason of the culture that has been created in regards to our system, as people look at the board meetings as an opportune time to meet with all parties involved. I'm not saying that it's the best venue. I do believe, especially with our upcoming board community outreach plan, our work that we're already doing with outreach of the LCAP and our email systems, and heck, even just showing up to the board meeting, to the building and wanting to schedule an appointment with somebody. There's plenty of venues in which you can communicate with staff and elected officials alike. But it doesn't change the fact that there's been a culture of folks wanting to come here. I think that our bylaws, though appeasing to this culture that some may or may not agree with, I think would be apropos for us to do. Therefore, keeping it at 3 minutes with an hour, and as a system that is going to visit this every year, I think that it gives us 364 days to take a look at it and revisit it again.
I was going to mention the bylaws are a living document. So if you try something, whatever you try, if it's not working, if you're finding that the board meeting is going too long or whatever it might be, you can revisit this anytime you want to, put it back on the agenda and say, okay, this isn't working. We want to do something else. I've seen, as boards, so many different options going. Some boards are doing 2 minutes. That's just the rule now, 2 minutes, because they get 30 to 40 speakers every meeting, and they just say, okay, now it's on the agenda, it's 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Others do 3 minutes unless there's so many people, then it becomes 2 minutes. Some go on for hours and don't have any limits. So it just, it really is something that, as a board, you kind of have to decide what you want to do. I always go back to, I remember when a long time ago, I lobbied for a short time at the Capitol, and the head of the Senate committee said, okay, I want one person to speak on this bill, and everybody else, if you agree with them, say me too. And that's it. And so you'd have one person speak for a few minutes, and then you'd have 25 people literally say me too and go out of line. And that obviously isn't a great plan, right, for you. But there is I think there's some flexibility here to try something, see if it works, bring it back if you're feeling like it isn't working. And there's a number of different options you can take.
Yeah, I know as the president of our board, the person who is focused on not only the business of the district, but keeping us focused, because Lord knows myself, Juan, and Doug can get long-winded here. I understand why you have the stance that you have.
Well, I am concerned about the efficiency of our meetings, and, you know, we've been working on this student outcome focused governance, and one of the goals as laid out in the self-evaluation tool is to have efficient meetings, and the 2-hour mark is about an efficient meeting.
Right.
If we're allowing 2 hours of public comment, that's not allowing for us to center students, that's not allowing for us to handle the business or anything else that we need to take care of. I'm also concerned that if we raise those limits from 30 minutes to an hour, because we do always vote to extend time, that now we have an hour and we're going to have more speakers, we're going to vote to extend that time. And now we're going to go beyond the 2 hours potentially. And so those are my concerns about extending this, you know, to an hour. Of course, there are 3 of us left here tonight. So we do have a quorum, but I do want to speak my piece and put it out there that all the work that we've been doing with this new model of, not new, I keep saying new, but it's not new, but new to us, model of governance, allowing up to 2 hours for public comment is going to severely impact our ability to have a more efficient meeting.
I could not agree with you more, but once again, my stance is focused towards the culture that has been set, and we're doing some culture restructuring as well. I do understand that it will affect the efficiency. I'm not disagreeing with you there. But once again, as we're talking about some of the cultural resetting we're doing in regards to community engagement, we do have a board community engagement plan that we're also going to be talking about later on today. I would hope, and once again, we have, how many millions do we have viewing today, Chris? Maybe a couple million. I would hope that the millions that are watching will use that tool as an opportunity to speak with us directly, along with still using these board meetings. But once again, understanding that culturally we do have a history of resetting or not abiding by our time diet. So I would like to firmly, not necessarily do away with it, but extend it so that that is no longer a systematic issue that we have to deal with, while also taking a cultural resetting approach in how we communicate with our constituents. And once again, we will revisit this in 364 days.
I agree to agree with our other member who said an hour, because I thought we could vote on this really quickly and move on to the next item, but that didn't work. But I agree with Wayne that what we ought to do is do this and then really think about it. I mean, I've talked to many of you about the fact that the National Civic League does very interesting things in communicating with the public, including how to do it at board meetings. And let's pass this tonight, and if we want to change it, we can look at it in more depth. I think we need to get beyond this and get to some other stuff.
Wayne, can you, if you don't mind, I know we've talked in depth about the potential extension, and I guess that won't even be able to happen until we make an official motion at the end. And I know that there's still one other comment that you wanted to talk about.
Very briefly, 20 seconds, I just wanted to point out on number 7 of public participation, there was a question to me about why we would codify cardboard, paper, or cloth placards being brought to the board meeting. And the purpose of that is to allow people to have the First Amendment right to bring their signs, but also to provide safety so that people aren't bringing sticks or metal signs that could cause issues, especially if we have a hot button issues that come up. So we want to try to keep the public safe by saying you can bring placards, but they can't be turned into weapons. They have to be something soft. And then the recording by the public is just, that follows the Brown Act. So there's no controversy there.
Okay, so we need to make a motion on bylaw number 9020.
I would like to make a motion to move forward with 9020 with the amendment in paragraph, in Article 4, paragraph, is that 2?
Yes, it would be under public participation, number 4, paragraph 2.
Paragraph 2, and the line should read, the total time allowed for public comment will be no longer than 60 minutes unless the majority of the board presents, the majority of the board present vote to increase and decrease the time allowed for public presentations.
Second.
Any further discussion? We'll go ahead and vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. That passes, no, 2-1?
Yeah, in California, for a public school district, you have to have 3 affirmative votes in order to pass a motion.
So how do we proceed?
Well, the motion didn't pass, so another motion could be made. Or you can let it go. It died in a sense that it was 2-1, not 3-0. Or if you want to revote, you can revote. I mean, you have a couple different choices.
Mr. Miller?
Democracy.
I make a motion that we approve bylaw 9020 as written.
Second?
Any discussion?
I still keep my stance from the previous of extending it, as I just think that it's a unnecessary exercise for us to keep participating in and asking for extensions, as we know culturally that's what we're going to do. So that's my stance.
I will add, Mr. Miller, you mentioned a couple times, like in a year we can revisit this. You can revisit this anytime you want to.
Right.
So in 3 months, if like we get to September and we have every meeting, there's a number of people, and every meeting you're adding time. If you want to revisit this bylaw, you can do that.
Right, right.
I'm going to support the motion because I believe that the perfect is the enemy of the good.
Right.
And this is good.
Any further discussion?
I just wanted to add my thoughts on it real quick. Yeah, I agree that we either should keep it as written with our current trend of kind of extending it, or either extending it, but I don't think that we should in any way limit the time that we're already giving them, for public comment, because I think I've only been here for some of the conversations regarding the board bylaws, but one thing I do remember being said is that we want to try to avoid limiting the public comment. And I think, especially as a student, and this is one of the ways, this is a big student platform that we often see students come to. I think they value this opportunity to come. And I think they appreciate the time that we have, as well as the rest of the community.
So, in piggybacking on what you're saying and what Wayne commented as well, I understand that we also need to move forward with this bylaws conversation and move on to the next ones, because we still got a lot more to go. Technically, nothing's going to change if I change my voting ways, because we'll just continue with the culture that we've been doing. But there's going to be an "I told you so" point in a little while.
Is that on
I
the
will
agenda?
I will most likely have selective hearing at that point. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor of adopting bylaw 9020 as written?
Can't we have a individual vote? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Aye.
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 Alrighty.
And so we passed that one, the three of us with a preferential vote, with the understanding that this can be revisited at any time.
Understandings they're interesting, but they're not binding.
Okay. So the next one is bylaw 9021.
Yes, 9021 is regarding the order of business. This proposed bylaw is split into 4 sections: types of motion, the motion process, stating a point, and amendment of rules of order. Having this information about motions in writing is new for this district. Hopefully it avoids confusion for board members and the public during meetings. I can remember several times, and Mr. Riel probably has experiences too, where a board member where you're voting or you're making a motion and you wait a minute, maybe I want to make a different motion, and it's a little confusing. And this 9021 puts it in writing as best as possible. I'm still not sure it's totally clear, but it does a pretty good job of explaining how it goes forward. So I'm happy to answer any questions regarding the motion process, especially when you talk about the 6 steps here. The types of motions, you have, what everyone knows is the main motion. And then a subsidiary motion or motion to amend is, we're aware of that when you decide to make a change to your own motion. Motion to table is to kill the current motion. Motion to withdraw is to take the, for instance, just a minute ago, if one of you didn't want to agree with President Craighead, you could have made a motion to withdraw or a motion to postpone, saying that you didn't want to agree with that. The motion process is a 6-step process that's laid out there, and then there's 3 stating points you can make. It pretty much just codifies and it hopefully makes clear as to how to go forward when there's disagreement amongst the board and you're making motions. Happy to answer any questions if that was confusing.
Move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Mr. Strumpfer, we did that very quickly, I want you to note. Thank you very much for being here.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate Ms. Arroyo's comments tonight.
Yes.
As somebody who helped create the student role in the board, I love it when the student board member talks, so way to go.
Yes, yes, I think we all appreciate that very much. The last thing I'm going to mention on this item, oh, actually, no, I think I'll go right into item 17.2, Student Outcomes Focused Governance Implementation Timeline. The way we had voted on the bylaws schedule, we were anticipating a discussion on bylaws 9030 and 9033 for our June 18th meeting, but Mr. Strumpfer is not going to be in attendance at that meeting, but he would like to lead that discussion. So I'm proposing that we change the order of the bylaws to be looked at so we can discuss bylaws 9005, 90112, and 9013, which is a very brief one, it's very small. at our June 18th meeting, moving bylaws 9030 and 9033 to the July meeting, because bylaws 9005 and 9012 are in alignment with our work with Greg Klein. He's our coach from Council of Great City Schools, and he's going to be with us at our June 18th meeting. He'll already be here. We're talking about student outcome focused governance, and so I've asked if he would be available to also guide us through that bylaw discussion, because that work aligns with the work we're doing with him anyway. So I believe we need to make a motion and vote on that change for our implementation timeline.
Was there actually a vote already as to how we were going to do this?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So we have to change it?
Yeah.
I vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So move for approval?
Second?
Any discussion?
No, I just wanted to piggyback on your statement on, though we're disappointed that Wayne won't be here on the 18th, it's important that he is for 9030 and 9033 because of the weight of the conversation. All things considered, making this change is an alignment to making sure that we have all of the proper resources in place to have a heavy conversation. So all things considered, I am in support of this change.
Any further discussion?
I have one clarification. If you can just restate the motion as to which items you're going to bring forward next month, or excuse me, next meeting.
So we would be moving bylaws 9030 and 9033 to our July meeting. And then for our June 18th meeting, we would be discussing bylaws 9005, 9012, and 9013.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And yes, and then that leaves 9016, which we, thank you. And I'd like to make a friendly amendment to your motion. 9016 for the August meeting, meaning that we could complete the bylaw discussions before the school starts so we can focus on student outcomes.
To confirm, because I don't have the timeline in front of me, is 9016 going to be the only bylaw that is visited in August?
Yes, it would be the only bylaw.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, so I'm going to restate it because it's a little bit confusing. So for the June 18th meeting, we would be discussing bylaws number 9005, 9012, and 9013. For the July meeting, we will be discussing bylaws 9030 and 9033, and for the August meeting, 9016.
Move for approval?
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 3-0 with a preferential vote, I'm going to say. Okay, thank you, everyone. And then that brings us to the second item we wanted to discuss on the student outcomes focused governance, and that would be for the our first review of the community outreach plan. So, Mr. Miller, would you like to present that?
Yeah, well, I can just talk through some of the topics. Obviously, it was part of the board packet, but I'll speak to some of the thought processes and what, most importantly, what are our next steps. Obviously, as you heard me speak to earlier, what are some of the purposes of this community outreach plan, and it's most importantly focused towards getting communities' perspectives on not only where we are from our board goals, but more importantly, where we are as a system, and hearing the voices of all constituents in all 5 districts. Right. So there's a couple of things to consider logistically. When you think about a plan of this magnitude, obviously there can be large turnouts, small turnouts. So making sure that you have a firm time allocation set in regards to how long the meeting will be. Along with those lines, I think that it's also important for us to be consistent upon all 5 meetings. To be consistent within all 5 meetings, you need to have a firm script into what will be spoken to. Also, understanding we want to be in alignment with our equity and inclusion efforts. We want to have a translation available for all parties. The one thing that we understand will be a product of our community outreach efforts will be, and what we want to hear are, sometimes there's going to be conversations less about our board goals and the impact that it's had on the students in the community, and there's going to be more conversations centered around what we'll title customer service. Obviously, we don't want to disregard those thoughts and those experiences, because they're clearly important to all of us, but we want to make sure that we have a firm plan on how we address customer service issues. As a board, we want to hear them, but it's really the duties of those employed within the districts to address them. So all things considered, having a firm plan on how we capture those customer service issues, how they're responded to, et cetera, is also very important to us. That is something that needs to be a defined process, and once again, to address customer service issues, we'll need to work closely with the district on how we go about doing that. Ultimately, this suggestion is a bi-monthly cycle of meetings. I've listed a suggestion of the time periods in which these meetings would occur in regards to the month, not necessarily to the date. And in which districts these meetings would occur in. Obviously, they are going to be influenced by behaviors of our city. It is going to be influenced by major holidays. It'll be influenced by district events, et cetera, but I do think that it's important for us to keep those things in mind when it comes to the hosting of events within our respective districts. Last but not least, if you all remember my first questions when I came onto the board, and it is always the theme of my one-on-ones with Jill or with Tiffany, and it was my standard line: what does the success look like, right? In this component, I wanted to confirm what is a win, right? And so it is obviously increased diverse participation, really not rebuilding, but continue to build upon our community trust. We've had a lot of success within the Long Beach Unified School District, and I think that though we have a system that folks have a lot of affinity to, where there can always be more growth and more opportunities to listen, more opportunities to learn, more opportunities to support. And so all of these components are things that I would consider a win in regards to why we are going about these efforts. Most importantly, it'll be our opportunity to educate the community on the status of our board goals, what efforts we have put as a district to be successful in these efforts, and where our community can continue to get involved in these processes. So last but definitely not least, it's talking about what are the next steps. I am asking that each board member submit 3 locations in their district to support the planning process. This is something that we should share with the admin team in regards to these 3 suggested locations and or targeted groups we'd like to present to. It will be the work of the admin team to help coordinate the larger plan. And for me, my homework is looking at a collaborative script. I know that we had public comment today questioning what would be the purpose of having a script when it comes to these presentations. And I think someone said, I want my board member to be unscripted or not to be beholden to a script. And I can respect that. I understand their thoughts in regards to the undertones of those comments, because what I think I heard is that they would want their representative to be unfiltered, to hear their opinions. I will fight against those thoughts in the sense that, all due respect to the space and the opportunity for us as district representatives to get in front of our respective representatives and potentially share our views is not what we got elected for. We got elected to represent the views of our community. Therefore, this firm script is going to be in representation of what's happening in the district, but not of our views as a person or how we feel that the district should be run, et cetera, et cetera. So having a firm script that speaks to the activities, the successes, where we are in regards to next steps, I think is going to be pertinent in regards to the consistency that I think that each district deserves.
Thank you. We've talked a lot tonight about hearing from the community. And I know that there's a part in here about hearing from the community, and I think it's, I don't remember where that is now. Help me out. 60 minutes time limit on the meetings, or time goal, or I forget where I saw that. Is it the first page? Oh, first page under logistical considerations.
It'll generally be about 1 hour.
Right. Would you be open to possibly changing that to a 90-minute meeting? I've attended a lot of community meetings when it comes to our modernization, the facilities, things, and sometimes you're just getting going in a conversation
Right.
at the 1 hour mark.
Right.
And so I'm wondering if maybe 90 minutes would be.
I like that suggestion, because I would agree. I think that now thinking about it, a 90-minute threshold, I think, is just enough efficient time to have a successful meeting. So, yes, I'd agree. So I'm comfortable with that amendment.
Okay. And then also, on the second page, where it's the bi-monthly cycle that you have laid out, it's starting in August of this year, but I'm thinking that because we have families and people still on vacation, maybe would it be possible to adjust that and move the August one to September and so on, and then we would be finishing up in July of next summer?
So the reason why I chose the month that I did was because I was in consideration of the holiday season. But with that said, I do like where you're going with that. And what I would like to propose then is being, think about just moving everything up one, right? So it would be moving the District 1 conversation to October, moving the District 2 conversation to January, moving the District 3 conversation to March.
Is there a reason we're not doing September? Or sorry, bi-monthly. My bad, it's late.
Right. Doing the District 4 conversation in May, and then District 5 would happen in August of 2026.
Okay, and then I have a couple of quick questions. Just above that, on page 2, there's a little line about tracking, and I'm just wondering whose responsibility is that to conduct the tracking?
So once again, we're talking in principle, and I would hope that we would have representation from the district present during these customer service issues, and so to that, it would be the role of the district representative to track those customer service issues that are reported.
Okay, thank you. And then, as you mentioned, you'll be working on the script with staff, I imagine, or?
Yes.
Is that it? Okay. And so because...
Hopefully my favorite English teacher will help me out here a little bit.
Okay. Mr. Otto, did you have any questions on this? No?
I did have a quick clarifying question. So,
Okay.
In your district, you would have one meeting per year, right?
So to be clear, in the write-up, it would be 2 people in attendance, but I would have one specified for my district, right? And so it could be at a location and at Silverado Park, and Diana can be with me. But when Diana hosts her event at, who knows, I'm going to make up a fake space, Lakewood Mall. Is that still your district?
It is.
Yes, she hosts her meeting in the middle of the Lakewood Mall, and hundreds of people show up, and Doug could be present. So technically, it'll be 2 of us present at each one of these, but technically, you'll be hosting one in each part of town.
Yeah. And then, are people open or able to go to all meetings, or are they restricted to just their district?
No, not at all. They are open to the community, so everyone would be available to attend as many of these community outreach events as they would like to. The point of making sure that we host at least one in all 5 districts is for that exact reason, is making sure that we touch bases with every point of the districts that the boundaries that we represent.
Yeah, okay. And then student board members can come to these meetings too, right?
Student board members need to be worried about college and everything. I'm kidding. Yeah, of course.
I know. These meetings would be very helpful to them because one thing that I've had to work on is just trying to find different resources to gather my information of the student opinions on, and having a place where students can come, and not only students but any other people. That would be really useful for the next student board member to gather that information and help them.
But as I'm listening to your comments, I do think that you bring up a very important point. When you go onto the district website, you can actually see all of the schools that each one of the board members represents. I think that it would be pertinent in regards to our communication plan whenever these scheduled board meetings are to happen in the district, to make sure that we blast them to all of the schools within our district to make sure that they're well aware. So look at you. Good point.
Okay. Well, if there's nothing further. Now, this is just the first review on this. We're not voting on this tonight. This is going to come back at our next meeting.
Okay.
So it's still a work in progress. We'll vote on it at the June 18th meeting. Okay. Next on the agenda, we have item 17.3, Board Ethics and Conflicts of Interest Statement.
That you adopted?
Yes.
Move approval.
Actually, wait a minute, I'm sorry. This is also a first review. We are not voting on this tonight. It's simply a review. So do we have any comments or changes or questions about this? If not, we can, oh, no. Okay, Mr. Miller.
Just really quickly, Wen, can you give us any updates in regards to the board's ethics and conflict of interest statement?
I can frame it for you. So this did come out of the SOFG work and the timeline that was agreed to and passed in March of 2025 that included a few requirements, and a couple of the requirements are to make sure that the district's ethics board or ethic and conflict of interest statement includes several specific things that SOFG folks recommended. Because the district didn't already have an ethics statement in place, you've got some policy in place, but not a statement. We took the liberty to create an ethics statement and conflict of interest statement that the board members could sign that incorporate the recommendations from the timeline itself, the 3 recommendations, and also incorporate mostly your own board policies, your own conflict of interest rules, and some other kinds of important statements, as well as some other kinds of conflict of interest state issues that we wanted to make sure were embedded within the statement itself. And so this was, the timeline indicated this would be reviewed at this meeting and potentially brought back at another meeting for consideration of approval.
And I appreciate that question because it was just a couple of months ago, I believe, that we had a separate conflict of interest policy that we all signed, and that one also covered executive staff or senior staff, and that's a different policy. That's more compliance with the state of California?
Yeah, there's a separate conflict of interest code that was updated recently in December that's required by the state. And that was done as a resolution outside of the a board policy. However, you also recently adopted an updated conflict of interest, or actually I think a new conflict of interest policy as part of your bylaws. And this is not intended to replace that conflict of interest policy. You're still responsible for knowing that and making sure that you abide by that. This is more of a summary document that picks up some of the primary pieces in that conflict of interest as well as some other kinds of statements.
Okay. Anything else for the ethics and conflict of interest statement? Okay, then we will have another look at that later this month when we put it to a vote. Okay, so that brings us to item 17.4, approval of memorandum of understanding with the California School Employees Association, CSEA, effects of layoff, Unit A. So we need a motion.
Move for approval.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 3-0 with a preferential vote. Item 17.5, approval of memorandum of understanding with the California School Employees Association, CSEA, effects of layoff, Unit B.
Move for approval.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 3-0 with a preferential vote. And now we are at report of board members and announcements, and I'm just going to announce that Alana had a birthday on Sunday. She turned 18.
Oh, look
So,
at you.
happy
There we
birthday.
go. There we go.
And so, do you have a report this evening?
I do. I haven't been able to give a board report as I've had to leave early for the past couple of meetings, but I will share just a couple things from May 15th. We had the last meeting of the RSVP, the Superintendent Student Advisory Committee. So we had kind of a conference session, kind of a walk around. There was a bunch of different stations with all their different schools and their RSVP members, and they were able to present the work that they've done throughout the year. I've been participating in RSVP as well this year, so I was able to go and also present the work that I've been doing with my team member. And it was a really unique experience. I don't think I've ever been able to do anything like that. And there was a lot of district people and family and teachers there to be able to go and celebrate and to see the work that our students have done. And a lot of the things that they've been able to come up with have been incredible. And just going through this experience, I think it was really empowering to all the students to know that they do have a voice and they can make change and they are really valued. And one of the things that RSVP focuses on, kind of one of its main pillars, is making students at its center, and also making students as our center in our district. And what they were able to do with that has exactly reflected that, and our students are lifting themselves up and lifting each other up, and they are doing some incredible things. So thank you to all the students who participated. You did a wonderful job, and thank you to Dr. Baker and Dr. Twall for hosting RSVP and allowing this platform to exist for our students.
Thank you, Alana. Mr. Otto?
My goal was to, in deference to Mr. Sumpfer, who just worked hard to get us to pass a policy about ending meetings before 9 o'clock, and now it's after 9 o'clock. So there's some irony that if there was actually a newspaper in town, or if Tim Grobody had not retired, that would be fettered for the newspaper to do that. But no, I have no report tonight.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Miller?
I heard you use the term Dr. Twall. I forgot. He's my favorite teacher doctor now. Look at him. Well, there's a couple things I just wanted to highlight. One, I know we already talked about the new assignments for employees in leadership positions. That's always a big deal. I know the impact that teachers have on our students, and it's literally the biggest influence. I will say with that same fervor, the biggest influence on campus cultures are the leadership. And so the new assignments of these new leaders and new roles, I just wanted to personally congratulate them as we understand the importance of great campus cultures throughout our district. And I think that is really one of the largest highlights of being a part of the Long Beach Unified School District. So big kudos to all of those who have moved upward in position. I know there were a couple of lateral movements, some that even I had a little teary eye about, but all things considered, I wanted to give a big congratulations to them all the same. We had the opportunity to participate in the spring celebration. Couple of, what was that, like last week? Yeah, wow, yeah. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make the first one. So technically for me, this was my first opportunity to participate. Obviously, I saw the great photos from earlier in the year, so I was a little jelly. So getting to participate this year was fantastic. I think that I'm thinking about our values in regards to affirmation. It's kind of an unwritten value, but it is one all the same. I think that we as a district do a great job of showing our appreciation to good people. My dad's age-old saying is, you take care of those that take care of you. And those educators, those new doctors within our district have taken very good care of our littles, and I think that it is only appropriate for us to acknowledge all of their great work. And so to have a celebratory event outside of the board meetings is fantastic. And so I was very, very excited about that. I was able to attend, to me, probably one of the most iconic moments in my very young political career, and that is the groundbreaking for Long Beach Poly High School. I will say on the moments that I've truly enjoyed in this role, being there for their groundbreaking was a big one. Since I've been here in this position, though Poly, the home of scholars and champions, they've had a lot of success, and we tout all of the great work that they've done, both from a performance standpoint, academically, but also athletically. And we'd also be remiss if we didn't recognize that a lot of the, let's call it, brick and mortar resources that they have were unfortunately quite outdated. And so I know that there's been a lot of cries from the community and from the students in particular that, hey, we need to do something about this campus, and to see that we're finally going to get that work started this summer. I'm just really excited about it. I want to give a big shout out to Dave Miranda and his whole team, as it's a big deal, really big deal. And I want to thank the mayor for coming out, and we had the cheerleaders there, and it was a great event. So congratulations to Poly and all of their alum. My mom, who's a Poly High graduate, when I told her that they're going to be rebuilding the school, she was a little teary-eyed. As you know, Poly folks are very passionate about their Poly High School, and so a lot of memories have been created there. So all things considered, congratulations to both the current Poly attendees and the Poly alumni for the great buildings that they'll have in just a few short years. Last but not least, I really wanted to send a call to action. I often have calls to actions to the admin team or to us. This time, I'm going to ask for the help of our parents. And I say this because we're getting close to the summer. And the summertime, especially in Central and West Side Long Beach, are always super hot, and I'm not talking about the temperature. It's a lot of unfortunate activities that have occurred historically on these parts of town for reasons that sometimes are outside of the realm of manageability for a system like the Long Beach Unified School District, and heck, sometimes even for our city. But I know the biggest influence on keeping our young people safe are our parents and their ability to keep them active. I know that the district has a number of summer activities going on, from Sankofa Parent Village summer activities to there's Freedom School. I know that Long Beach City College has some summer programming going on. I know our parks have free summer programming. Just keeping our kids active, keeping their brains active. The summers are always just a difficult time, and so the more that we can keep our kids active and keep our kids participating in quality activities, I think the better off we'll be in regards to keeping them protected, keeping them safe, and keeping them out of harm's way. So I'm going to implore our parents, the millions of parents that are watching, please, if you haven't already came up with a plan on what you're going to do for your son or daughter this summer, please create one. Please reach out to your local community-based organization, your campus, your church. The more we can keep them busy, the better. that'll be the end of my report.
Thank you. Thank you for mentioning that. It's very important that we keep our kids safe. Yep. I'm going to just kind of quickly go through a list of things I wanted to mention. We had open houses, Public Schools Week and open houses, so thank you for all the teachers and administrators that made that possible. I know that it's a matter of putting in extra time and effort, so thank you for that. Thank you to Jen Prager at Etta, who put on a production of The Jungle Book. I was able to see one of their preview performances. It's always very exciting to see our littles on stage. It's surprising and amazing to see them performing. They hit their marks, they're singing, they're dancing, there's choreography, there's beautiful sets, so that's always a treat to see that. I was able to participate in Civics Day. That was held at Jordan this year. Last year it was at the Michelle Obama Library. And I want to thank Alan Shepard for inviting me. The event included students from Jordan, Millikan, Poly, Renaissance, and it's like civics in action. They have groups that come up with projects. And it's not just a research project or, a reading assignment and you write a report. It's an actual hands-on. They come up, they identify a need. One Renaissance group identified vaping as an issue, and so they set about to do something about it. So it's all about taking action and that type of thing. Great program. I'm glad we're part of that. And then I'm going to say it was just last week, the classified employee event. Was that just last week? Was that 2 weeks ago? Class Cella, is that 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago. So by the time I'm done, it'll be 3 weeks. But so I just want to congratulate our classified employees of the year. We had a tie this year. So that means that there were so many incredible classified employees, and I believe it was a record number of nominations for the Classified Employee of the Year. And so Craig Foster from Duplicating Services, he's our Duplicating Services Supervisor, was one of the winners, and Melissa Whitecotton, she's a rec aide at Newcomb. So congratulations to those two. It was a very fun event. Those events are really great. We saw that on the video.
You have 3 minutes.
I vote to extend time. And then, I know, here was last week. California Distinguished School event at the Disneyland Hotel, where three of our schools were recognized. CAMS was recognized as a National Blue Ribbon School. And then Fremont and Patrick Henry were recognized as a California Distinguished School, so congratulations to those schools for that. And then Saturday, and I'm going to say it's just this last Saturday, was our inaugural AIPI, Asian American Pacific Islander event at Cabrillo. Absolutely fabulous. It was wonderful to highlight some of our own staff members that are here this evening, speaking to the crowd, and just the appreciation for cultures maybe outside of our own that are rich in music, dance, food, history, all of that. Very celebratory event. So thank you to everybody who made that possible. And then finally, I just want to mention I was able to attend an event yesterday morning. Yes, yesterday morning at Holmes. And it was their night market event. They use a little patch of grass. They have, you can just picture it with little, table set up around the edge of the grass. The kids do a project on different cultures. It could be, a country or whatever, but each student in their 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders, each student has a tie to that country that they're talking about. So if they're talking about Nigeria, they have, ancestry, sometimes they're first generation American, and they're talking about, some aspect from that country. So involved in all that, they have food. So thank you to the parents and teachers who prepared food. You can walk around and actually, it's like a taste around the world kind of thing. It was fabulous. And then there were performances. So dancers, there was a group of Filipino students doing a dance. There was a Samoan girl. She performed all by herself out in the middle of this grass. Anyhow, very impressive. I just want to give a shout out to the Holmes teachers that create this event, that encourage their students to take pride in their identities, whatever they may be. And it's also a very fun event because as an adult, you get to go around and talk to the kids. And to me, that's a highlight, and I appreciate that type of activity. And going back to the Civics Day, that's what it is too. The adults go around the room and talk to the students about their project. I think anytime we can refocus our energy and center the kids brings us back around to what we should be doing. And with that, I'll move to our superintendent for your report.
I would not be able to go home tonight if I didn't say this. So one good thing that happened to us last week was last Saturday, my grandson won the state title in the half mile. I've been sharing this for over a year now, his career, but with about 200 yards left, he was 7th, and he passed everybody and he won. And so he's now the state champion in the half mile. So,
wow, congratulations.
Yeah. And I can go home now.
Well, I'll be quick, but also want to just express some gratitude and celebrate the first of our Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Celebration, and thank Equity Engagement and Partnerships Office and a very diverse group of Asian American Pacific Islander staff who participated in planning the event. I know several of you were able to attend, and I stood with pride alongside senior team members and Dr. Ron and Ms. Takahashi to know that in our district, representation, including students can look up to members of the senior team who are represented as Asian American Pacific Islanders. So thank you for standing with me and for what you represent for our students. I attended along with Mr. Samuels and several others, the Ports Celebrating Education Evening, where $350,000 of scholarship money was given to our students. Really incredible opportunity to see our students receive and to hear about their accomplishments, and in particular, Yamilet, who was on Raising Student Voices and Participation, a student at Jordan High School, was their keynote speaker, and just was absolutely beamed with pride as she shared about her accomplishments, but also the hardships that she had overcome and what a scholarship means to her as she proceeds into college. So just wonderful to see other student leaders in the world representing themselves and our schools so beautifully. On Sunday afternoon, I joined a really wonderful team at Poly High School, and I will just name 3 of them, led by Ms. Rosselli, along with Ms. Switchenberg and Mr. Hopple, who are teachers of students with disabilities at Poly. They held a prom send-off for their students who were going to be attending the prom. Many of the students were there with their families. Many went on a bus to the prom, and others experienced the prom right there for them in a way that was just beautiful and respectful and exciting. There was dancing and there was music and there were bubbles, and an incredible effort that actually the funds were raised through a GoFundMe that Ms. Rosselli leads every year, that I know many staff and others in our community participate in, so that our students can have just the time of their lives, supported by caring adults from their school. In addition to the teachers, there were others that were there on staff, and just really appreciated the opportunity to be with them. We have Hughes Middle School, 18 students, and chaperones will be off to Carnegie Hall, as has been an opportunity for some of our other students. You may see an article that comes up in the Long Beach Post about those students, and just a wonderful opportunity for them to end part of their school year in Carnegie Hall and in New York City. So love that. A couple other highlights. We recently had 4 schools combined together at Jordan High School to hold the first of its kind, a Northside Connect Carnival, where Lindsay, Hamilton, Lindbergh joined Jordan and had an afternoon where students could tour the labs and hear from other students about what it's like to be a student at Jordan. Most of the students, 8th graders who were going to be attending at Jordan that were there, just loved going into the labs where their pathways will be centered, hearing from other students. There were carnival activities and community-based organizations. So just a wonderful effort led by the 4 principals together to really elevate what it means to have pride in the North Side and to come together on behalf of their students and families on Memorial Day weekend, by the way, time out of their schedules, and then a number of staff members from all of the schools, but in particular Jordan, hosting a wonderful opportunity for families. And then just 2 more things. One, celebrating some sports accomplishments in the spirit of Mr. Otto. We had the Pauley High School girls softball team win the CIF championship. So just a wonderful opportunity for them. I believe it's the first time for them to win the CIF softball championship. And speaking of Wilson High School, our girls track and field for the 3rd time has won the CIF state championship. And so that has been all on social media and being celebrated in our community, and want to just amplify that celebration. The Spring Employee Recognition Celebration was already spoken about. This week we also, thank you, Board Member Craighead, attended our strategic planning quarterly meeting, where we reflected on the progress of our strategic planning efforts in service to the board's goals, and made plans for how we will refine our work across the district. And then lastly, while she is not in the room any longer tonight, I just want to express gratitude on behalf of our team for Letitia Rodriguez. She was here. This is actually her last board meeting before her retirement, and just wanted to acknowledge that momentous occasion after 3 decades of work in Long Beach Unified School District. She has been an absolute stable force in this room and in service to the board and all that takes place on a very busy board day. And so just really want to express our appreciation for her. So with that, I will turn it back to President Craighead.
Thank you. So I think we'll adjourn in her honor, just recognizing the service of Letitia. I don't even want to talk about her not being around. So I'm not going to, other than we're going to adjourn the meeting in her honor. But that concludes the business of this meeting. Thank you, everybody. And if there's no objection, we'll adjourn. But thank you, everyone.